River, the Mad River in Waterbury. So it was good for manufacturing, which was great. And many of our cities have big industry that were connected throughout the years. Matter of fact, our first president, George Washington, actually had his first inauguration outfit made in Connecticut.
That's wild.
Because he wanted something very normal. And he wanted something that was just like a homespun material. And they didn't think anybody could do that here in Connecticut, but they did. And then they had buttons made. And some of them, as he kept having being inaugurated, he had buttons made. They were called George Washington buttons. And they can be worth a great deal of money. There's a few different designs.
So, Laurel, we're chatting with Laurel Durso. You have a collection of 20,000 buttons yourself?
Well, I have, yes and no. I mean, I don't have 20,000 on my walls, but I do have probably that many because I have lots of boxes of buttons. And buttons, whether it's from...
Where do you keep them? Do you display them in various museums?
Well,
are they in your attic? Like, where are they?
Oh, no, you don't want to put a button in an attic. Okay. Oh, no. Well, we had one-size house, and then when my daughters left and they were working on their own, I said, I need a bigger sewing room because I was a fashion teacher. Oh. So I said, we either buy a whole new house or I raise the roof. So we raised the roof. And so the back 3 bedrooms now, that were on the regular are my sewing room, my office with buttons, and my button room, and that's where I keep all my buttons.
Do you still collect them, Laurel? Are you still on the
hunt? Yeah, of course. Always going to be collecting them because when it comes to like these societies, like Connecticut State Button Society or the National Button Society, and you just have to hit those names into Yahoo, or NERBA, NERBA, buttons, you will come up with a website for these different entities. National is, of course, for the whole U.S., Connecticut State, which started around 1942, and then NERBA, which is the Northeast Regional Button Association, was started by 2 gals from Mass, and that started around 1984 or 85. And we have conventions, and there is dealers selling buttons. We also have competition where people will will send in an award that says, well, if you collect this kind of button, so many buttons and whatever, and there are judges, and they say who gets the most, and pretty much the most points. It's not about the money, because usually most awards are 15, 10, and 5. It's about getting the ribbon and a little bit of a bragging rights. But you learn a lot. You learn about the world. You learn about the science of buttons. Like, let's say a celluloid button. Celluloid is a very early plastic. One of the components was something that similar to what was put in gunpowder. So you wouldn't put a flame to a celluloid button unless you wanted it to explode.
Wow. How do you like that? Who would know such a thing? My goodness. Well, Laurel,
exactly.
Thank you very much for joining us today and sharing your passion and your love for buttons. I understand is it true there's a big convention coming on?
Yes, the National Button Convention is July 26th through August 1st in 2026 in Manchester, New Hampshire.
And you're going to be there?
I should be there.
You wouldn't miss it. Thank you so much.
I wouldn't. The NERBA convention, which is all Northeast states and New York State, That will be coming up in 2027 because national is next year.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Rain ending this afternoon, very mild on the windy side late with a high in the upper 40s to near 50. Partly cloudy, windy and colder this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-20s. Partly sunny, windy, cold tomorrow with a high near 30. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Not looking down.
Takes you on the perilous trek to Everest.
Every rock counts. We're so close.
Chilling with the queen, her name is Gail King.
Hey! CBS
Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning.
CBS Morning. CBS Morning.
CBS Mornings on CBS and where else? Paramount Plus. See you at 7.
CBS Mornings.
I want a mug.
Yeah, good mug.
Could you write the next Christmas classic? Plus a tasty French holiday treat. And Kate Hudson and Hugh Jackman make beautiful music. 'Tis the season, Sunday morning.
I'm Major Garrett in Washington, inviting you to the Takeout. Politics, policy, people, and pop culture served up weeknights. What's on the menu? Plenty. The day's happenings with curiosity, informality, and humor. It's serious discussion, but we do not take ourselves too seriously. Who is a better speaker, Mike Johnson or you?
Oh, come on.
Join me on the Takeout. Streaming right here on CBS News 24/7.
You both had talked about going on Survivor together.
Right.
A Survivor contestant believes his sister was murdered.
I'm sorry that I couldn't protect you.
And is determined to be her voice.
This is her speaking to everyone saying, don't let this happen to you.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Something that's undeniable.
With mindfulness.
innovative,
Magical.
It's like being a child.
and truly original reporting.
God, you do your research.
I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
Do you believe this case could be solved?
Yes, I do.
What is your emergency?
I accidentally shot my wife.
Do you think it was accidental? I guess that's the million-dollar question.
It's not a violent crash.
No.
Whoa.
There's our connection.
I knew this was going to happen.
Did this look like an accident or something else? Something entirely different.
I never would have guessed how this ended.
48 Hours, now streaming on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Live CBS January 11th. Hollywood's biggest party is now bigger than ever.
Ariana, hold my finger.
Nikki Glaser is back, hosting the Golden Globes. Live CBS Sunday, January 11th, and streaming.
Happening now at Mar-a-Lago in Florida, President Donald Trump hosting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at his resort. The two world leaders discussing the next phase of the Gaza ceasefire plan. Let's go ahead and listen into that.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. President Trump is hosting Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu at Mar-a-Lago this hour. CBS's Aaron Navarro reports Phase 2 of the Gaza peace plan tops on the agenda.
This is a ceasefire agreement that has stalled in recent weeks, to put it lightly, since it was first agreed to in October. And President Trump's objective today is to convince Netanyahu to continue to move forward and accelerate moving to Phase 2 of this ceasefire and get towards a post-war governance and and Gaza.
The meeting comes after President Trump's talks with Ukraine's president, and he indicated progress. But in Moscow, officials accused Ukraine of launching an attack inside Russia. Stacey Lynn has that.
Russia says Ukraine tried to target President Putin's residence overnight with a drone attack. Ukrainian President Zelensky dismissed the claim and accuses Moscow of using, quote, dangerous statements to undermine U.S.-led diplomacy and justify further attacks.
The man accused of planting pipe bombs in Washington on the night before the January 6 riot is due in court tomorrow. The Justice Department said in a court filing yesterday, Brian Cole felt someone needed to speak up about the 2020 election. Scott McFarland has more.
So little has been mentioned in any of the Department of Justice's filings about January 6, 2021. They make no arguments in their filings about whether those bombs were there to aggravate or cause chaos ahead of the insurrection. They do say that Brian Cole denied having any motivation or any ties to January 6th, but they don't mention the insurrection as part of their case here.
Cole has yet to enter a plea. The bombs were placed outside the DNC and RNC headquarters. Neither exploded. Two DHS officials tell CBS News that federal agents are expected to inspect over 30 sites in Minneapolis today. It's part of an investigation into what Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem is calling rampant fraud. Mike DeWald reports crews are slowly restoring power back to the grid after a massive outage last week in San Francisco.
The switchover back to this substation was complete just after midnight Monday morning. These generators had been on basically around the clock, helping to power this neighborhood and making a lot of noise in the process.
It's been hard. It's been a hard week.
Relief from Anna, who lives in the neighborhood and hopes this saga leads to big changes at PG&E.
I'm just wondering if the infrastructure is getting old and it's time that we do something else.
PG&E says it will develop a plan this week to restore all power back to the grid. Mike DeWald for CBS News, San Francisco.
On Wall Street, stocks are lower. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Take the next step forward in your career with great benefits and an award-winning workplace. Apply at careers.progressive.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A woman is injured following a weekend crash. It happened on Route 15 near Exit 36 in Stratford. State police say a 31-year-old was driving a Mercedes-Benz when she collided with a guardrail and rolled over. The woman was ejected from the car and was taken to the hospital with serious injuries. The crash is under investigation. The nearly 100-year-old Cross Highway Bridge in Westport will be replaced this summer. Town engineer Keith Wilberg says the $2.75 million project will add 5-foot-wide sidewalks and traffic signals to the new construction. The bridge is located between Bearberry Lane and North Avenue.
On its home floor following the holiday break, but from that point forward, all UConn as you would expect. The Huskies now 13-0. 4-0 in league, 29 straight wins, and 51 in a row against big.
UConn women's basketball stays undefeated after beating Butler on Sunday. The Huskies trailed 10-6 in the first quarter before storming out a 20-0 run, securing a 94-47 win. The Huskies built its lead between Sarah Strong and Azzi Fudd. Strong led the way with 15 points and 6 rebounds, while Fudd added 13 points on 5-7 shooting. UConn moved to 13-0 on the season. Firefighters discovered a fire after being called to a shopping center in Orange. It was discovered Saturday on Boston Post Road around 9 a.m. Firefighters were called for a possible carbon monoxide as the investigation led them to a Black Swan and Nail Spa where the active fire had mostly burned itself out. All stores were closed at the time as the fire did not spread to other businesses in the area. Also for fires, one person is injured following an apartment fire in Naugatuck. The fire broke out yesterday at 19 Hillside Avenue. Emergency officials rescued one resident and took them to the hospital for evaluation. The cause of fire is under investigation. And it was found from Wednesday's big Powerball drawing that another ticket worth $50,000 was sold in Connecticut. 2 Powerball tickets worth also $100,000 were sold in the state from the Christmas Eve drawing. For the Voice of Connecticut, I'm Isabel Gatos, WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
91 southbound overturned vehicle, exit 14. Left lane is out on the Wilbur Cross southbound road work from exit 50 down to 46. Stay to the left to get through it. And on the Parkway southbound, construction in Norwalk going into exit 15. And that is taking the right lane. Traffic report is powered by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least $250,000 in assets, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help you. Call 203-795-7080, BridgelightAdvisors.com. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy, windy, and cold this evening and overnight, below the mid-20s. Partly sunny, windy, colder tomorrow with a high near 30. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Well, my parking space is still there, which is kind of good, and my door card worked. So I guess they want me back, right? Hey. How is everybody today at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, right? Yeah, it's Connecticut Today. This is going to be, because I am not back till Friday, this is going to be the last show of the calendar year. I love when they say that. The calendar year, as opposed to what? The solar year? The lunar year? Come on. But going to make this the last show of the calendar year 2025, and what a year it has been. So one of the things I want to do today, along with our cavalcade of guests, along with a bunch of stuff that, oh man, I want to mention to you, because what I do when I'm on vacation and not doing the show for a few days, I keep a running list. Just a couple of words. I see stuff in the news, say, oh, got to talk about this. Got to mention that. Oh, we got some stuff I got to talk to yous about here. But let's have a little fun here. To start the show, the last show of the calendar year 2025 at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Talk or text, by the way. Got the text screen up and running just to my right, to stage right, which if you're watching me on the video, hello there, on YouTube and on twitch.tv, search for WICC. So I guess if you're watching, that would actually be to your left, my right, your left. You see how this left-right thing works? But having said that, 2025 is in the books. Okay, fine. We'll talk about that for the rest of the show, stuff that's in the news. What do you think is going to happen in 2026? And I always find this interesting, prediction shows, and I'm not turning this into a prediction show per se today, but, you know, usually, and today's no different now that I'm back from vacay, usually I have a question of the day that I put up there. There, meaning Facebook, you know, where our Facebook page is, of course, facebook.com/voice of CT. Got that? Facebook.com/voice of CT. That'll take you to the WICC page, and you will see that I have posted this. And I'm leaving this as wide open as possible. I know there'll be some wise guys and wise gals there, people on the left, people on the right. Go ahead, be funny if you want. Please don't do the obscenities, okay? If we're going to roll out the final show of the calendar year 2025 and have some fun. Here's what I'm asking you. Now, whether you want to text me or call me at 333-9422, or if you guys want to go to the Facebook page, facebook.com/Voice of CT. It's prediction time on Connecticut Today. Yes. Why not? Because every other talk show doesn't. No, I'm just kidding here. Well, maybe I am, maybe I'm not. I don't know. What will happen in 2026 in politics, in business, in sports, in entertainment? You tell me. I'll offer some of my thoughts here. We'll get underway with that. A lot of stuff to talk about today. Full slate of guests, as usual, on the program here. But sit back and think. And as much as you look back on stuff that's already happened in this year, which, my God, has flown by. Was watching some national news over the weekend, and they talked about people finally moving back into the areas around L.A. where they had those wildfires. They said the wildfires in January. I said, January? Oh, I thought that happened like 2 or 3 months ago. January. Yeesh, it's true. The older you get, the faster time rolls by. It's because your head, like a hard disk on a computer, gets jammed with stuff, and there's less space in the way. So, yeah, another year has quickly flown by. But I always like to look ahead more than I like to look back. Nothing wrong with looking back. I prefer forward momentum. I always like people that say, let's keep it moving. The great Wayne Gretzky, arguably the greatest player. You could debate Gretzky, Gordie Howe, Bobby Orr, Ovechkin. But most people would say the greatest hockey player of all time. Wayne Gretzky talked about forward motion, keeping things forward, look ahead. One of his mantras was, don't go where the puck is, go where you think the puck is going to be. If the puck gets shot in the left corner, head to the right corner. If somebody on your right side has the puck coming out of the zone, go to the left side, try to cut off the cross-ice pass. You know what I mean here? It's always about hockey. But I like looking ahead on this stuff. So I got a couple of things. We'll start out with the governor's race. I'm going to flag this entire program today. So Isabella, who's running the program, she is going to get out a big, thick notebook and write down every salient or unsalient prediction I make, log the time on it, so when we're doing this, God willing, if the creek don't rise, the good Lord willing, we'll do this in a year. I'll say, see that? I said that on X day, on Monday, the 29th of December, and this actually happened. But you tell me, crazy predictions, serious predictions, politics, business, sports, entertainment, and anything Paul, here's what I think will happen. Once we turn the calendar coming up this Thursday on New Year's Day, here's what I think. You can be dead serious, you can be cynical, you can be funny, whatever you'd like. Just keep it clean, because if you don't, it won't get on the air. Trust me. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC as we continue on a Monday edition, brand new week right here on Connecticut Today.
As the year winds down, Fairfield County weather is starting to ramp up. The Voice of Connecticut has local weather reports every 10 minutes in the morning and afternoon with Chief Meteorologist Paul Piorek. You'll get the most accurate forecast and outage reports during every storm, and you'll find all the delays and cancellations anytime at voiceofct.com. Here to keep you informed and prepared no matter the weather. WICC 695.9, the Voice of Connecticut.
It's been said that if you spend 18 minutes a day working at something, that after a year, you'll be better than 95% of the people working at that exact same thing. And if you think about it, 18 minutes is nothing. We spend more time searching for something to watch on Netflix. Now, what if you spent just 18 minutes thinking about your retirement and then a few more minutes to meet with David Gagnon of First Financial Planners, and you come in for a custom income review?
It comes down to education. Knowledge is power. In this situation, when people get to that point, they understand what they're doing and they get to enjoy their retirement stress-free.
Call right now, 203-872-0009. Get more details at masteringyourwealthradio.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. RWA and First Financial Planners are independent of each other. By contacting us, you may be provided with information about insurance, including annuities. Licensed in Connecticut.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices for breakfast. Bacon, egg, and cheese on a hard roll, wrap, whole wheat toast, any way you'd like it. Or a Big D breakfast with 2 pancakes, 2 eggs, and bacon, ham, or sausage. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many items, including breakfast platters, sandwiches, muffins, bagels, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat breakfast at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
In our effort to give dissemination of notice to nonprofit agencies, Connoisseur Media invites these agencies to request notification of job openings. To register your nonprofit agency for notifications of job openings at all Connoisseur Media stations in Connecticut, call us at 203-783-8200. Ask for Tristan Holler, and be sure to give us your name, address, phone number, and a contact person at the agency. If you're on our notification list and have changes or updates, call us at 203-783-8200. Ask for Tristan Holler. Connoisseur Media is an equal opportunity employer.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/investor day.
You still thinking job change in the new year? Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy. IT? Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI. That's what I did. Really? How? Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up. Sweet. Are classes online or on campus? Both. Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. An Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
91 southbound overturned vehicle, exit 14. Left lane is out on the Wilbur Cross southbound road work from exit 50 down to 46. Stay to the left to get through it. And on the Parkway southbound, construction in North Block going into exit 15. And that is taking the right lane. Traffic report is powered by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least $250,000 in assets, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help you. Call 203-795-7080, bridgelightadvisors.com. I'm Ange Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy, colder and windy with a low in the mid-20s. Partly sunny, windy and cold tomorrow with a high near 30. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Where Southern Connecticut comes for the real story. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
On this, what are we? Monday, new week, not even a full week left in 2025. The last one of these shows here with me on the calendar year. Here, 203-333-9422. 333 WICC. Prediction time, and again, it's not going to be 4 solid hours of prediction. God knows I wouldn't do that to you. No. But if you have a thought, right? You're sitting around thinking, well, yeah, this happened in 2025, but I want to look ahead. And, I'm guessing blank will happen. I don't care if it's silly, if it's whimsical, if it's satirical, if you're dead serious. Politics, current events, world events, stuff here in Connecticut, the good, the bad, the ugly. Let me know. Let me start it off with this. I was thinking about this the other day, and Lord knows we're going to be talking about this for about 11 months or so as we turn the new year coming up on Thursday. I do believe, and this is nothing against anybody who's running on either side, challenging Governor Ned Lamont or running for the Republican nomination, be it the two declared candidates, Ryan Fazio and or former Mayor Aaron Stewart, and maybe Betsy McCoy Ross, we don't know. I guess she's still working the circuit here, see if she can get the maybe 15% to force the primary. Who knows? Who knows? I do think, here's prediction number one for Paulie. And if this comes to fruition, or if it doesn't, I'm sure somebody will remind me of this, that I said this in about 11 months or so. I do believe that Governor Ned Lamont is going to be reelected. I do. It will be close. What's close? I don't know. I don't think this is going to be, despite what the governor, and this is nothing personal against the governor at all. Everything here is always business. It's always policy and politics and all that. I don't think we're looking at a, 55 to 45 thing here. I don't think we're looking at a 54 to 46 or 53 to 47. I think we're looking at 51 to 49. I do. Especially if the opposition candidate from the Republican side may be Aaron Stewart or Ryan Fazio. If Betsy McCoy got it, who knows? Again, is she an attractive enough, politically attractive, the meaning enough candidate to do something? I don't know. But to me, my prediction number one for the coming year is Governor Ned Lamont wins a third term, which sometimes does not work out well. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. That's why they refer to it as the dreaded, third term. And my prediction is based solely on numbers. Do I think that, a couple of quote-unquote fresh faces on the Republican side of things in the state could cause some, generate a little buzz? Yeah, I think it will. I think and let's for the moment, for logic right now, and the sake of numbers here, let's for the moment say that Betsy McCoy either doesn't get in or won't be the nominee. So, if you're looking at this and you say, Aaron Stewart, yeah, I could see that, me, I, and you. Ryan Fazio, yeah, I could see that, me, I, and you. And I think there will be, simply because the Republicans are not turning to some sort of well-heeled, middle-aged person or older person here, just that in and of itself is going to cause a little, what you need, if you're trying to, break through here, as they say, you need a little buzz. So my first my first prediction, I'm only on a cup of coffee, number one here. My first prediction for the new year, 2026, Governor Ned Lamont wins, but it'll be close. And the reason he wins is numbers. And I don't mean, well, of course, Paul, it's numbers, 50% plus one. No, I get that. I understand that. What I mean is the state is just so blue. Even if there are suburban areas and edge of urban areas and pockets of Republicans and conservative voters in the state, it's just, to me, I've wondered openly if and when we will ever get another Republican elected statewide. Could be, I don't know. And yeah, there are Republicans in the General Assembly, in the State House, in the State Senate. There are Republican mayors, first selectmen, first select women, town and city councilors. It's not like the party is completely devoid of any sort of a presence here in the state. But having said that, I still don't see, and you can kind of dovetail off of prediction one here for me, prediction two, I still, with all good intentions and with, quite possibly a very good campaign effort, I still, simply because of the numbers and the attitudes of voters here in the state, my first prediction, well, my second prediction is we don't get a statewide conservative elected or Republican in this state. Now, you may say, well, Paul, that's the will of the people. Yes, it is. Absolutely. Absolutely. I get it. I understand it. But I'm all for a balanced government here. But having said that, prediction number one is that Governor Ned Lamont wins a close re-election. Whether it's against Aaron Stewart in the end or whether it's against Ryan Fazio in the end. And because the governor wins, he is then able to secure Democratic wins or help secure Democratic wins for the other offices. Of course, the lieutenant governor, the state treasurer, the state comptroller, the secretary of the state, the attorney general, all the other, as we say, constitutional offices. Before we go to news and traffic and weather together and all that, let's talk to our buddy Todd in Shelton. Todd, good afternoon, sir. How are you? What's up?
Hi, Mr. Pacelli. Happy New Year.
Thank you, Todd. You as well.
You're doing a phenomenal job over there.
Thank you, Todd. I love that.
Well, you know I love you, but I remember you gave a prediction that my Donald wasn't going to win either.
I was wrong. Oh, was I wrong on that, Todd? Oh, boy.
So I'm getting my prediction. Aaron Stewart, because the people are tired of the word corrupt cut.
All right.
That's all I got to say, sir.
So you're going Aaron Stewart. All right, Todd. Good to talk to you, man.
All the way, baby.
All right. Happy New Year. There's Todd in Shelton. All right. Yes, and look, I'll be the first to take the hit here. What did I say all of last year, right? And what did I say? And, people say, oh, your boy, Trump, and the guy you voted for. Did anybody hear me for the better part of a year saying, please don't make Donald Trump the nominee of the Republican Party in 2024. Man, was I wrong. Oh, my God. So what do you guys and gals think out there? Predictions, anything serious, joking, whimsical, politics, local, national, entertainment, sports, whatever you think may happen in 2026. Let's hear them. Talk or text 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
91 southbound, an overturned vehicle, exit 14, left lane is out. In the Wilbur Cross southbound side construction, exits 50 down to 46. Right lane is blocked, and in Block construction, exit 17 down to exit 15. Stay left to get through. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy, windy, and cold this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-20s. Partly sunny, windy, colder tomorrow with a high near 30. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Sono Collision, Fairfield County's best for top-quality collision repairs. We deliver unmatched precision and care to restore your vehicle. Trust us for excellence. Visit sonocollision.com or call 203-939-9955.
It's been said that if you spend 18 minutes a day working at something, that after a year, you'll be better than 95% of the people working at that exact same thing. And if you think about it, 18 minutes is nothing. We spend more time searching for something to watch on Netflix. Now, what if you spent just 18 minutes thinking about your retirement and then a few more minutes to meet with David Gagnon of First Financial Planners, and you come in for a custom income review?
It comes down to education. Knowledge is power. In this situation, when people get to that point, they understand what they're doing and they get to enjoy their retirement stress-free.
Call right now, 203-872-0009. Get more details at masteringyourwealthradio.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. RWA and First Financial Planners are independent of each other. By contacting us, you may be provided with information about insurance, including annuities. Licensed in Connecticut.
It's why Access Health CT is here, to connect you to health and dental coverage, to offer you free expert help, to maximize financial assistance, to help you discover the peace of mind of having health and dental coverage. Enroll today at accesshealthct.com.
FIFA World Cup 2026 is coming soon, but your opportunity to be there starts now through an exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card. For a limited time, become a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card holder, and you will be eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America NA in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. Rights reserved.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump is hosting Israel's prime minister at Mar-a-Lago this hour. Courtney Keeley reports the White House wants to kickstart the next phase of the Gaza ceasefire plan.
They're trying to really get the phase 1 into phase 2 into Gaza, and they have no international stabilization forces, countries that have agreed to sign on yet.
Just as President Trump claims progress has been made on ending the war in Ukraine, Russia is accusing Ukraine of launching an attack on Vladimir Putin's residence. Here's Stacey Lynn.
Ukrainian President Zelensky dismissed the claim and accuses Moscow of using, quote, dangerous statements to undermine U.S.-led diplomacy and justify further attacks.
Zelensky says the latest plan would offer Ukraine 15 years of security guarantees. A powerful winter storm moving northeast across the upper tier of the U.S., bringing snow, rain, and very strong winds. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Governor Ned Lamont and Attorney General William Tong pushed back on construction for the Trump administration's Revolution Wind project. Officials say the move intimidates clean energy, jobs, and affordable electricity while resisting court orders. Also for the state, Attorney General William Tong and Hartford Healthcare have come to an agreement on protecting rising healthcare costs for physicians. This deal resolves an antitrust with the state's material change notice in transactions. A woman is injured following a weekend crash. It happened on Route 15 near Exit 36 in Stratford. State police say a 31-year-old was driving a Mercedes-Benz when she collided with a guardrail and rolled over. The woman was ejected from the car and was taken to the hospital with serious injuries. The crash is under investigation. The nearly 100-year-old Cross Highway Bridge in Westport will be replaced this summer. Town engineer Keith Wilberg says the $2.75 million project will add 5-foot-wide sidewalks and traffic signals with new construction. The bridge is located between Bayberry Lane and North Avenue. If you plan on heading to New York to ring in the new year, you're in luck. The MTA is announcing the schedule for public transit for New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. Metro North and the Long Island Railroad will give away extra service for New Year's Eve, but limited service the next day. Check the MTA app or call 511 before heading out. It was found from Wednesday's big Powerball drawing that another ticket worth $50,000 was also sold in the state. 2 Powerball tickets worth $100,000 were sold with Christmas Eve's big drawing. And the UConn women's basketball stays undefeated after beating Butler on Sunday.
The Huskies now 13-0, 4-0 in league, 29 straight wins, and 51 in a row against Big East foes.
The Huskies trailed 10-6 in the first quarter before storming out on a 20-0 run, securing a 94-47 win. They built its lead between Sarah Strong and AZ Fudd as Strong led the way with 15 points and 6 rebounds. Fudd added 13 points on 5-for-7 shooting. UConn moved to 13-0 on the season. For the Voice of Connecticut, I'm Isabel Gatos, WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
91 southbound, an overturned vehicle, exit 14, left lane is out. In the Wilbur Cross southbound side construction, exits 50 down to 46. Right lane is blocked, and in Blower Block construction, exit 17 down to exit 15. Stay left to get through. I'm Andrew Krause at WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy, colder and windy with a low in the mid-20s. Partly sunny, windy and cold tomorrow with a high near 30. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Fairfield is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, back for a couple of days this week, today, before we end 2025, and then I'll be here on Friday. as we usher in, there's a phrase you love, time to usher in. Now, before we usher in 2026, but again, you always do this. They do it on TV. We do it on radio and in print and everything. Let's look back at the year that was. You know what? Screw the year that was. That's what I like to say. No, seriously. Let's look ahead to 2026. So, and we'll have our regular guests today as well. But intermittently, we'll intersperse this one. We will intersperse, yes, my thoughts here. What do you think will, might, could, maybe, possibly happen in 2026? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. A year that will be resplendent and then highlighted by our 250th anniversary. So you want to make any predictions nationally, locally? I started off the show here saying that, yes, I do believe, although the margin, I believe, will be tight, 51 to 49, maybe 51.5 to 48.5, whatever. I think Governor Ned Lamont gets reelected. I think that he benefits from, kind of being the hall monitor guy, from being the principal in Hartford and keeping the nutcase people in his own party, under control here. And but I think it'll be close. I think there will be a decent amount of buzz, whomever the two main candidates are for the Republicans that likely get nominated, either Ryan Fazio or Aaron Stewart, because there will be a lot of people who are going to say, hey, how about that? The GOP this time around is not going with somebody who just has a lot of money and offers nothing else. So we'll see. Who knows about Betsy McCoy? She's, the buzz now is, she's trying to farm for delegates there. Again, remember, if you get 15% support of the convention, then you get a primary. And that's why likely we have Governor Ned Lamont now, and we didn't get Governor Mark Boughton, if you remember, in 2018. So, yeah, I will strongly predict my first fearless prediction. Just as I predicted Donald Trump shouldn't be the nominee of the Republican Party in 2024, and Lord knows if he was, he wouldn't win, I will now say that Ned Lamont will be reelected. And sadly, and it's not for trying, it's not for not trying, the Republicans will once again, not because of policy, not because of not trying, because of numbers, of demographics, ages, locations, locales, and all that. The Republicans will sadly, well, some of you may say, no, that's not sad to me. No, Paul. I like that. They will be shut out of a statewide seat. Tim in Hamden's here. Tim, good afternoon. How are you?
JETS.
How about that yesterday, huh? How about that? Yeah? Horrible.
The Patriots should not have pulled Drake May off. Let the other guy in. They should have just made it 60 to 10 or something like that.
And listen, I get that as a. They could have Tim. They could have put 100. They could have put 100 points up yesterday. They could have. Yeah.
Well, there were a lot of games I watched yesterday.
Yeah.
It was like there's no defense in the NFL anymore.
No.
That one that I watched last night with the Bears.
Yeah.
The same thing. Well, we're going to score a touchdown. We're going to score. We're going to go back and forth. So anyway,
and the league loves that. They love offense.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Well, I stood there. I watched it almost to midnight and stuff myself. I wouldn't really have cared on the late night game, so you had my eyeballs.
Okay.
So let me see. Okay.
Yeah.
So
fearless predictions. Yes.
All right. Betsy's not going to run as an independent.
All right.
Could get out there and get the signatures. and get on the ballot. I don't know, but
okay.
People like Stewart, she's got a giant albatross around her neck, and it's named Trumb. Peace.
Trump?
Yeah.
Who's Trump?
The man who's renaming everything and
yeah.
destroying everything at the same time and stuff. So,
Okay.
what is she going to do? How is she? She got a lot of when she was mayor. She got a lot of young women around the central campus and everything. Support her and that sort of stuff. Some of these hot button issues.
Yeah.
It's going to be very hard not to, either. And then if she puts herself at arm's length, then all the Trump knuckleheads are going to be mad at her.
Oh, no, but she's not
too.
doing that. I mean, if you saw her campaign video, she's got pictures in the Oval Office right there. So she's charging right into it. No.
And that is not a formula for getting 50 plus one.
Okay.
Fazio looks too young. People they want that a little bit mature kind of, kind of perspective, out there. That teachers, labor unions, all that stuff. Why are they going to vote for Fazio? Give me a break. I mean, what's the incentive? And unfortunately, what damage to be done by Elliott in the primary is going to be the interesting thing, and see who can return. Whoever gets through that. If
I think if there is going to be a primary, and we don't know that, Tim, I think Elliott is going to do a lot better than people think. I really do. I don't think he's going to win, because that would be a shocker. But I think, I think Lamont wins rather comfortably. But I think on the morning after, if Mr. Elliott does do the promo, we're going to say, "Ooh, look at that number! Who thought he would get that?" I really do.
Well, if he sticks with the tax issues in particular and stuff, I think he's got a good case that can appeal to a lot of different kinds of people. But it's really so early to tell. We have to get through a General Assembly. Who knows what kind of wackies there will be? Both left and right will be proposing. Even though it's a short term and everything, it's going to be very, very tough. With that, I predict another repeat of a Patriots Super Bowl.
Well, yeah. I mean, things that you wouldn't be going nuts. Thank you, Tim. Appreciate that. Yeah. I mean, look, they were machine-like yesterday. All right. So Tim there in Hamden said his prediction is Ned Lamont probably wins. Maybe Josh Elliott does decently in a Democratic primary. Tim made some interesting observations there. He thought Ryan Fazio looked too young. What's Ryan, 36, 38, something like that? People want a little more. They want an aged candidate, maybe a little more authoritative looking. And Tim thought that the leaning into, because she's not pushing back from it. If you look at her campaign video, which is online, he thought the aspect that Aaron Stewart is leaning into her support for President Trump and pictures with him in the Oval Office, he thinks that may cost her. What do you folks think for 2026? 203-333-9422 as we continue right here, 333 WICC.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com, your legacy, our commitment.
We all have the ability to make a difference, to come together, to change your life, to make a wish come true. By supporting Make-A-Wish Connecticut, you are bringing hope and joy to children fighting critical illnesses. Children like me. Visit ct.wish.org to learn how you can become a wishmaker and be part of a journey that changes lives. Just imagine what you can do. Visit ct.wish.org today to learn more. That's ct.wish.org.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/investor day.
You still thinking job change in the new year? Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy. IT? Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI. That's what I did. Really? How? Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up. Sweet. Are classes online or on campus? Both. Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. An Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
91 southbound, an overturned vehicle, exit 14. Left lane is out. In the Wilbur Cross, southbound side construction, exits 50 down to 46. Right lane is blocked. And in Glower Block construction, exit 17 down to exit 15. Stay left to get through. I'm Andrew Krause at WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy, windy, and cold this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-20s. Partly sunny, windy, colder tomorrow with a high near 30. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Crazy ideas, madness, opinions, ranting, and or raving. Phones are open. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
You know, this guy always talks about me ranting and raving. Are they really rants and raves or raves and rants when I'm just getting, I don't know, enthusiastic about something? You tell me, right? All right. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Talk or text. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Talk or text, same number. Looking ahead to the year 2026, when America, by the way, is going to be 250 years old. Now, I remember being around for the bicentennial. Remember that? In 1976. Oh, man, everything was the bicentennial. Remember that? Oh, you couldn't look 3 feet away and not have 1776 staring in the face. So that's one thing we are looking forward to. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. All right, let's see. Bill in New Haven, in my hometown of New Haven. Bill, how are you?
Hey.
How about my Jets?
Oh, how are you? Hello. Can't hear you.
How's that? 1, 2. Check. 1, 2. You got me?
No, you're still talking. I can't hear you over the talking.
Oh, maybe I think we may have some on the board set the wrong way. All right, Bill. Now you got me?
Oh, yeah, I got you.
Okay.
Hello?
You got to turn the radio down, Bill. Turn the radio down.
Yeah.
All right.
I was going to watch Burt Reynolds.
Burt Reynolds?
Yard. Remember that movie, Burt Reynolds?
Which one?
Longest Yard.
Oh, yeah. Remember that? Mean Machine. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the original one. Yeah.
Yeah. They did do a. So, Bill, give me one prediction for 2026. Give me one prediction.
Well, hello, neighbor. Get Ned Flanders back in.
Yeah, you're gonna get Ned Flanders back in.
Let him go back in, man. That's it. Seriously.
Yeah.
He did a hell of a job.
He is. I think he's done a decent job.
Yeah. Anyway, watch the Longest Yard with Burt Reynolds.
Oh, I love it.
That's a funny movie.
All right. Thank you, Bill. Appreciate it. Got to run, sir. All right. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Once again, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Man, the longest yard. Burt Reynolds. Remember that? They did a Oh, see, now I'm not going to cheat. I could look it up. Didn't they do a remake of that? See, now this is bothering me. See, Bill, now you brought up something I got to look up. Hang on here. We do this all the time on the show. We do real-time research with Paul. You see, Bill, you jiggled my mind here, Bill. They did do a remake of The Longest Yard. Adam Sandler. That's it. Oh, my God. How about that? Yeah, but The Longest Yard, the original one, was with Burt Reynolds. Oh, by the way, so Bill's prediction was that Ned Lamont is going to win again. Is there anybody who thinks, honestly, at 203-333-9422, 333 WICC, is there anybody who actually thinks in the coming year that Ned Lamont's going to lose? I don't think so. Now, could it happen? Yeah. You don't know. The voters of Connecticut, even those you would need some disgruntled Democrats. You'd need some disgruntled, I love that. It's another word that sounds like what it is. You would need disgruntled independents to maybe take a look at, Ned Lamont, or as Bill calls him, Ned Flanders. Ned Lamont versus Ryan Fazio, and say, yeah, that Fazio guy's a little young looking, but I'm willing to go there. Or you would need a significant amount of people that would look at Ned Lamont and say, yeah, okay, he's kept his caucus in line there, but Aaron Stewart, she got elected 6 times, multi-time elected there in New Britain, Democratic City, kind of a conservative-ish woman on budgeting and fiscal matters, but I would go for her on some social issues too. So maybe 2026. Do we elect the first woman governor since the days of Jody Rell back to Ella Grasso before that? Does that happen in 26? Or are we the land of steady habits? Or do enough people say, Ned's a little too, he's a little too progressive on the social issues, whatever, but I like what he does on the fiscal guardrails. And I like what he does on the, spending limits and all that. And you've seen him out there. You could tell what the main case is already going to be in 2026 for the governor. He's going to say, listen, I support my party's social issues, but I kind of lean with the other side on business issues and on the, the so-called guardrails and spending down the debt. You saw him out there a couple of weeks ago, earlier in the month, saying, hey, by the way, we have saved the taxpayers of the great state of Connecticut X amount of tens or how many, 20, 30, 80. So I think the figure was like $80 million in interest payments by paying off some of the long-term debt that the state's been doing there because of the guardrails that came from where else? The Republicans in Hartford back in 2016 and 2017. Wasn't that long ago? But what are you looking at in 2026 here in Connecticut? And maybe in your hometown, too. Bridgeport, Hartford, New Haven, Danbury, Waterbury. No, one thing Waterbury's going to probably be doing, the mayor told us right here on this show a couple of weeks back, yeah. Right? Infrastructure, the water mains, the water system in Waterbury. I guess we're going to look at that in 2026 as well. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. You tell me, or you go to our Facebook page, facebook.com/Voice of CT. What's going to happen in 2026? Even if you want to do stuff tongue-in-cheek, satirically, I get it. I can understand it. politics, statewide, in your city or town, locally, nationally, around the world? Are we going to be settling in Greenland? Are we going to blow Venezuela off the map? Is Chris Murphy going to shave that ridiculous-looking beard? Oh, my God. He was at it, too, over the past couple of days about AI, and he's still pulling zero in the polls. Traffic and weather together. Back to the phones momentarily on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
91 southbound, an overturned vehicle, exit 14. Left lane is out. In the Wilbur Cross, southbound side construction, exits 50 down to 46. Right lane is blocked. And in door block construction, exit 17. Down to exit 15, stay left to get through. I'm Andrew Krause at WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy, colder and windy with a low in the mid-20s. Partly sunny, windy and cold tomorrow with a high near 30. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Ring in the new year at Riverview Bistro's annual New Year's Eve Bash. You'll be dancing into 2026 with the area's favorite DJ and vocalist, Billy Lopez. Festivities kick off at 7:30 and include open bar, a 5-course sit-down dinner, party props, and a champagne toast at midnight. It's always a night to remember. Reserve your table at Riverview Bistro and celebrate the new year with great food, music, dancing, and fun. Call 203-690-1616 or visit riverviewstratford.com.
Save more on heating costs this winter with better value and better heating services from Hoffman Energy. Switch now and get $125 free heating oil. With local 24/7 service in any weather, a monthly budget plan, and service plan options, Hoffman Energy has everything you need to stay warm, save, and enjoy a worry-free winter. Use propane? We've got you covered too. Ask about our special offers. Get your $125 free heating oil now. Visit HoffmanEnergy.com or call 877-359-0623 today.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
So you're sitting back last couple of days, you're in the office, maybe doing some year-end work, or you're home, or you're in the car, or you're in your garage, or whatever, and you're saying, geez, this, that, and the other was X, Y, and Z in 2025. Here's what I think is going to happen in 2026. What do you think? Serious, whimsical, jokingly, tongue-in-cheek? You tell me. Let's go to Mike before the news at the top of the hour. Mike, how are you, sir? What's up?
Hi. Well, Governor Grasso was our first woman governor.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Aaron Stewart has a good chance of getting in. I mean, how can people be attuned to Lamont and all his taxing everything, you know? And the green baloney.
Was that and the what?
The green stuff.
The environmental stuff. Green baloney. You know, I thought you were talking about some bad lunch meat there, Mike. When you said green baloney, I just...
Oh yeah, well it's bad anyways, you know. And they're trying to stuff the ballots too, you know.
Well, all right. But now, what do you think though? If you had you may not be a betting man, but if you were, Mike, if you were a betting man, does Ned Lamont get reelected or not? What do you think?
No.
Wow.
No, he doesn't.
All right. All right. Mike, thanks. Appreciate it there. Okay. So Mike is in the corner of His Excellency, the Honorable Edward M. Lamont, does not win. See, I think he does, but it's going to be tight. I do think, assuming the candidate is not Betsy McCoy, nothing against her, but I just think you're going down the same path that you did with Bob Stefanowski and Tom Foley and Linda McMahon and all the other, Lower Fairfield County, Leora Levy, who lost to Democrats here. With all due respect to Ms. McCoy, I'd love her to prove me wrong, but I do think that if the nominee on the Republican side maybe is Ryan Fazio, maybe, could be possibly ends up being Aaron Stewart, there could be some broad enough younger generational support to get that done.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. President Trump is hosting Israel's prime minister at Mar-a-Lago this hour to talk about phase 2 of the Gaza peace plan. The president said Hamas will have to disarm first. Aaron Navarro has more from the White House.
That disarmament, the demilitarization of Hamas in Gaza is a big part of phase 2 of that ceasefire agreement. But so far, Hamas has refused to publicly say, at least, that they will disarm themselves, saying that they reserve the right to resist and store or freeze weapons. That has been something that Israel and Prime Minister Netanyahu have disagreed with.
A day after his talks with Ukraine's president, Russia says Ukraine targeted Vladimir Putin's residence in an attack. President Trump was asked about that a short while ago.
It's a delicate period of time. This is not the right time. It's one thing to be offensive, because they were offensive. It's another thing to attack his house. It's not the right time to do any of that, and can't do it. And I learned about it from President Putin today. I was very angry about it.
Two DHS officials tell CBS News that federal agents are expected to inspect over 30 sites in Minneapolis today. As part of an investigation into what Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem is calling rampant fraud. Reporter Jonah Kaplan on some of the federal programs being scrutinized.
14 programs. And according to U.S. investigators, federal investigators, the amount of money that was spent on these 14 programs, $18 billion since 2018. Now, is that all fraud? No. But how much of it? That's what they're going to be digging into.
A powerful winter storm continues to sweep across the northern tier of the country, bringing snow, high winds, and treacherous travel conditions. Meteorologist Jessica Birch is watching it move northeast.
As it continues to ring out across the northeast and New England, we're seeing wind alerts in effect right now issued by the National Weather Service, where we can see anywhere up to around 65 to 75 mile per hour winds all the way up into places like New York and Maine, anywhere up to around 50 mile per hour winds in states like Ohio, all the way over into Indiana.
The U.S. today announced a $2 billion pledge for UN humanitarian aid as the Trump administration continues to slash foreign assistance. The money's a small fraction of what the U.S. contributed in the past. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, in his year-end address, said countries around the world are increasing military spending instead of aid.
All while conflict rages at levels unseen since World War II. On this new year, let's resolve to get our priorities straight.
On Wall Street at this hour, stocks are lower. This is CBS News.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Not only does Progressive let you bundle your insurance, they also give you round-the-clock protection. Quote today at Progressive.com.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Mayor Joe Ganim and the city of Bridgeport have activated a cold weather protocol. City officials say residents must prepare for slippery travels and wind chills to be near zero. This period starts at 6 p.m. today to 12 p.m. Sunday. Anyone in need of shelter can call 211 or visit 211ct.org. Governor Ned Lamont and Attorney General William Tong pushed back on construction for the Trump administration's Revolution Wind project. Officials say the move intimidates clean energy, jobs, and affordable electricity while resisting court orders. Also for the Attorney General, William Tong and Hartford Healthcare have come to an agreement on projecting rising healthcare costs for physicians. This deal resolves an antitrust for the state's material change notice in transactions. The nearly 100-year-old Cross Highway Bridge in Westport will be replaced this summer. Town engineer Keith Wilberg says the $2.75 million project will add 5-foot-wide sidewalks and traffic signals to the new construction. This bridge is located between Bayberry Lane and North Avenue. One person is injured following an apartment fire in Naugatuck. The fire broke out yesterday at 19 Hillside Avenue. Emergency crews rescued one resident and took them to the hospital for evaluation. The cause of fire is under investigation. Also in fires, firefighters discovered another fire after being called for a shopping center in Orange. It was discovered Saturday on Boston Post Road around 9 a.m. Fire officials were called for a possible carbon monoxide, but led them to the Black Swan Nail and Spa, where an active fire had mostly burned itself out. All stores were closed at the time as the fire did not spread to other businesses in the area. If you're planning on heading to New York to ring in the new year, you're in luck. The MTA is announcing the schedule for public transit for New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. Metro North and the Long Island Railroad will give away extra service for New Year's Eve, but limited service the next day. Check the MTA app or call at 511 before heading out. And UConn women's basketball stays undefeated after beating Butler on Sunday.
Here on its home floor following the holiday break, but from that point forward, all UConn as you would expect. The Huskies now 13-0, 4-0 in league, 29 straight wins, and 51 in a row against Big East.
The women trailed 10-6 in the first quarter before storming out a 20-0 run, securing a 94-47 win. The Huskies built its lead behind Sarah Strong and AZ Fudd, as Strong led the way with 15 points and 6 rebounds, while Fudd added 13 points on a 5-for-7 shooting. UConn moved to 13-0 on the season. For the Voice of Connecticut, I'm Isabel Gatos, WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Fog delays abound out there, so watch your speeds, please. 95 northbound side, about an hour from Stamford to Bridgeport. The lower Merritt will save you the most time. New Haven, 95 south, congestion delays heavy getting through Long Wharf into West Haven. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy, windy, and cold this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-20s. Partly sunny, windy, colder tomorrow with a high near 30. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
As we sit down and gather around the wireless here, cuddle up with you at 203-333 9422 333 WICC as we enter the final partial week of 2025. New Year's Day is on Thursday. Today, the 29th, 30th, 31st, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Yes, I finally figured it all out. Back after a few days of vacation, we'll get to my list a little bit later on of things that just got me angry on vacation, besides other stuff, friends, family members, my sports teams, whatever, but there was stuff in the news that just drove me crazy. But do a little more here on this at 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Few more days, 2025 is in the books. It's done. It's in the history books. What'll be written about it? I have no idea. I love when people come up and say, well, you know, in the annals of history, the annals, don't go there. No, the annals of history. What will be read and written about 2025? I have no idea, and frankly, I don't care. I'm just happy I lived to see 2026. Thank you very much. But what do you think is going to happen in the coming year with anything? Entertainment? Sports? I'll tell you one thing that's going to happen next year. The Jets will still suck. And I say that as a long-suffering Jets, just end the season, just end the suffering, Jets fan. That's my bold sports prediction. Now, hopefully, they will suck a little less. Hopefully, unlike yesterday, if Aaron Glenn is the coach or not, they will, show up for a game. Show up and look like you actually want to be there to earn your salary, which is either several $1,000s a game or several hundreds of thousands of dollars a game, depending upon your salary structure. So that's my major sports prediction for 2026, that my beloved New York Jets, gangrene, I know, I grew up and I started to become cognizant of all this stuff right in the middle of the Joe Namath era, and then he leads him to the Super Bowl. I said, well, this is cool because the other team in New York is horrible. Then, of course, through the 70s, neither team was great, but the Jets sucked just a little less than the Giants did in the 70s. So that's my fearless sports prediction for next year, for 2026, that the suckage meter will be just a little bit less, just as eensy-teensy bit less. Like the itsy-bitsy, like the itsy-bitsy spider. It'll be a little bit less than it is this year, I think, but who knows? Politically at home, I think Ned Lamont wins again. It'll be close. So, maybe at the end of election night, we'll be here, of course, coming up next November at WICC as we celebrate our 100th anniversary here on the radio. 100, yeah, that's wild. 100 years, the century mark. But I suspect election night coming up, and I could be wrong. Lord knows I was wrong about Trump. Of course, I was right about a lot of stuff, too, but listen, it's, I know a lot of you folks don't have the rapier, sharp political perception that I do. But, I do think that come little less than a year from now, election night, we'll be looking at the returns for the Republicans saying, well, close but no cigar. The Macanudo was there, but it just wasn't lit. Keep it in the box. So you tell me, talk or text. Get a couple of texts we'll get here too momentarily. 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. 2026 is coming up. America's 250th birthday. Do you know they're going to drop the ball, by the way? Did you hear this over the weekend? The ball that gets dropped on, when's New Year's Eve? Wednesday. The ball that's used in Times Square in New York is going to be used again on July 3rd. Did you hear that over the weekend? So if you're into balls dropping, it's a big year for you. But they will officially usher in Times Square, and I'm sure at other spots about that, around the country, the 250th birthday. Now, another one of my predictions is going to be this for 2026. Some of these 250th birthday celebrations for the country are going to be great. They're going to be great. They'll be tearjerkers, some of them, with our great veterans, the founding fathers, the wide swath of people that make up this great country of ours. And I am sure there will be others that will just be freaking insufferable. You're going to see people, I don't know who. You can mark this prediction down as a lead pipe cinch for 2026. You are going to see some people in their own way, shape, or form, quote unquote, celebrating America's 250th birthday, and you're just going to look at them and listen to them and go, oh, God, please, stop. Yeah, I can't tell you who that's going to be. I can't. I can't tell you when it'll take place. I can't tell you on what network or venue it'll take place. But trust me, there will be people in this America 250 thing, which is going to be a wonderful celebration. I have no doubt. But there will be people that you'll just listen to, oh, stop. And, of course, there'll be the requisite amount of people coming up in 2026 that will point out everything that's wrong with America. This institute, this is still here, and nobody's got a chance here, and everybody's getting repressed here. Oh, for God's sake. I'll let loose with an early, before we even turn the calendar, I'll let loose with an early, shut up. Please. Stop. Just stop whining. Traffic and weather together right here. We'll do some business as well on WICC.
When you want the latest news updates, the voice of Connecticut has always been there. We start every hour with breaking updates from around the nation and around the world with CBS News Radio. Then we take you around your own neighborhood for live and local Connecticut news from WICC's team of reporters. All day, every day. For over 99 years. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
Elevate your driving experience this holiday season at Cadillac of Greenwich. Come see our best-selling and highly awarded luxury EV lineup of dual-motor all-wheel drive Lyric, Optic, Vistic, and Escalade IQ at CadillacofGreenwich.com. Our season's best offer delivers exceptionalism and safety for your iconic arrivals. From all of us at Cadillac of Greenwich, we wish you and your family all the very best during the season of joy. This holiday, let's take the Cadillac.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com, your legacy, our commitment.
There's danger out there. It lurks on highways and quiet neighborhood streets. It's more likely to kill you than a shark, and more terrifying than the biggest snake. Distracted driving claims lives every day. Every notification, swipe, social post, video, or selfie while driving risks your life. So while you might think public speaking or the zombie apocalypse is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Fog delays abound out there, so watch your speeds, please. 95 northbound side, about an hour from Stamford to Bridgeport. The lower Merritt will save you the most time. New Haven, 95 south, congestion delays heavy getting through Long Wharf into West Haven. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy, colder and windy with a low in the mid-20s. Partly sunny, windy and cold tomorrow with a high near 30. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You've got thoughts. Share them with Paul. Text 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is back on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, looking ahead for a few more minutes here to 2026. Locally, nationally, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. See, I tell you one thing that, and this is one of these things, we might as well go to my list now, because this is one thing that I jotted down on the to get to list when I go back to doing the show, which I always do, when I'm on vacation or taking some time off or a sick day, whatever. I jotted this down. One word I jotted down, Bernie. Now, bear with me here. In the past, I've given Bernie Sanders credit for still being out there at his age. I get it. I understand it. Okay, the guy gets elected, whatever. If you talk to people in Vermont, it's generally a love-hate thing with Bernie. There are just slightly more people who love the guy than hate him. But what I think is going to happen in the year 2026 is that, barring a health concern with him, which of course we don't want, listen, I don't root for people to get sick or to fall prey to any malady. Life is too precious. But having said that, one of my fearless predictions for 2026 is that Bernie Sanders will continue to be an ineffectual gas bag of the left. Now, I have a simple question here. And I don't want to hear, well, what about Trump? No. I'm just asking that because something is starting to occur to me with a lot of people on both sides of the aisle here, but especially with people who just yammer and do nothing else. And I'm looking here at Bernie Sanders' Facebook page. And he says this. Now, again, maybe I should pray in 2026 that he comes up with something new. And again, I do give him credit for still being in the game at his age. And what is Bernie, 84, 83? God bless him. I wish him the best health. But other than that, what has this guy ever accomplished? And I say that when on both sides of the aisle, too. But Bernie Sanders writes the following. As we enter, or as he would say, as we enter 2026, the great struggle we face is authoritarianism versus democracy. My favorite word, the oligarchs versus the working class. We know which side we're on. Okay, that's typical Bernie ease, right? He rallies the crowd, whatever. But, I'm looking at this. He tours out there now with AOC. So one of my predictions for 2026 is we may actually find out that Bernie and AOC don't really do anything. What can somebody explain to me? What has Bernie Sanders actually done? And I mean, I had one of those eureka moments over the weekend when I'm reading about, he's out there with AOC, whatever. And sometimes, and this is on both sides of the aisle, the loudest gas bags on both sides of the aisle are extremely ineffectual. They are. Well, I co-signed onto a bill. A dead dog could co-sign onto a bill. Or I've introduced a bill. It takes nothing. Introducing a bill is a clerical move, which isn't worth sometimes the ink that's on the paper that hasn't dried. And Bernie, by the way, with all due respect, Senator Sanders, what great struggle do we have here? They talk, him and AOC and Chris Murphy and the whole bunch of them talk about this place like it's Nazi freaking Germany. Oh, the struggle is real. The struggle's real. I don't know. It must be pretty good because 340 million people are in this country and they're not racing to leave. And meantime, if you reopened our borders back to the Biden days, you know how many people would run in here? So if the struggle is so bad, please explain why it's so bad. The oligarchs versus the working. Oh, my God. Between billionaires and oligarchs. Oh. They act like it's a... Oh, my God. So I'd like to find out. One of my things in 2026, maybe we'll find out actually what Bernie does. Not to say there aren't Republicans the same way. I see some Republicans saying, oh, my God, please stop. But Bernie, stop talking about this place like it's World War II Germany. All right? Andy in Essex is here. Andy, how are you?
Hello.
Yeah.
All good. I comment about Bernie Sanders. He's not a Democrat. He's an independent.
Yeah.
I've even called his office to say, you know, this guy is like the spokesman for the Democrats, and why doesn't he just commit to the party? Well, sir, he's an independent who caucuses with the Democrats. I said, yeah, I know, but he's like your torchbearer.
Yeah.
Why isn't he a Democrat? Well, sir, the senator is independent who caucuses with the Democrats. Well, I mean, in terms of your confusion over what this guy is, he's not even a member of the party.
Yeah, he's not. But again, he's out there with all these. And again, Andy, at his age, God bless him. I hope I have half the energy he does.
No,
but
you
my
know
God,
what's ironic? They pushed him over the cliff to make room for Biden when he was actually winning.
Oh my
in
God!
The,
yes. Oh my God! Remember that?
All those things, yeah.
The run up, the delegate count. Yeah, the convention.
Yeah. He was actually leading. Even he would have been a lot better than Biden, and certainly better than Giggles.
Yeah. All right, Andy.
I mean, this is getting scary. I mean, the Democratic Party may as well just go AI. It'd probably work better. You know, just let computers run it.
You know, Andy. That's Andy. Andy, thank you and Happy New Year. That's a good. Would an AI party work here? So again, one of my fearless predictions in 2026, we might actually find out what the heck Bernie Sanders has ever accomplished. Anybody can get up there and yammer and stammer and say, I've introduced a bill, or I've signed. You know what introducing a bill is? Here's what it is. Ready? This is a piece of paper. All right, the bill says an act concerning blah, blah, blah. And you know what? 98% of them sit there. And we have many, many people of our own congressional delegation who say, well, you know, I introduced a bill. Okay. Good on you. Traffic and weather together, news, all that coming up right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Fog delays abound out there, so watch your speeds, please. 95 northbound side, about an hour from Stamford to Bridgeport. The lower Merritt will save you the most time. New Haven, 95 south, congestion delays heavy getting through Long Wharf into West Haven. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy, windy, and cold this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-20s. Partly sunny, windy, colder tomorrow with a high near 30. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
I am very excited. I already have a date on the calendar for K&J Tree Service to come back out to our house in November, because before the seasons change for the winter time, you want to make sure that your trees are in good shape and that your property is safe. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I've been working with K&J Tree Service for the last year. And not only do they do a free tree risk assessment for anybody without any obligation, right now they're offering a flash sale. Make sure you call them at 203-248-TREE or go to kjtreeservice.com to book an appointment. That's kjtreeservice.com.
NFL Sundays are back on the Voice of Connecticut. Dished up by Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast. Be there for the action starting at 12:30. We've got your local NFL news and notes. Then it's kickoff at 1 p.m. and 4 p.m. Because what's a football game without a Duchess feast at your fingertips? Get ready to tackle your hunger and the football season with Duchess Restaurants. Your first draft pick for fresh food served fast.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code MONEY to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code MONEY to get up to $1,000. Use code MONEY to get up to $1,000.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump is hosting Israel's prime minister at Mar-a-Lago to talk about moving to phase 2 of the Gaza peace plan.
But there has to be a disarmament, that we have to disarm with Hamas. So one of the things we'll talk about.
After Trump's talks with Ukraine's president, Russia claimed Ukraine attacked Vladimir Putin's residence.
You know who told me about it? President Putin told me about it. Early in the morning, he said he was attacked. It's no good. It's no good.
A powerful storm continues to sweep across the country. CBS meteorologist Rob Marciano outside New York City.
It's heading into Canada. Blizzard conditions on the backside of this. Damaging winds on the front side with the severe weather threat down across the southern part where they've had those record-breaking temperatures over the past really 2 weeks. And this is going to bring an end to that.
The winds are a major concern across much of the eastern half of the country. On Wall Street, stocks are lower. CBS News Brief. I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Mayor Joe Ganim and the city of Bridgeport have activated a cold weather protocol. City officials say residents must prepare for slippery travels with wind chills to be near zero. This period starts at 6 p.m. today to 12 p.m. Sunday. Anyone in need of shelter can call 211 or visit 211ct.org. A woman is injured following a weekend crash. It happened on Route 15 near exit 36 in Stratford. State police say the 31-year-old was driving a Mercedes-Benz when she collided with a guardrail and rolled over. The woman was ejected from the car and was taken to the hospital with serious injuries. The crash is under investigation. Attorney General William Tong and the Hartford Healthcare have come to an agreement on protecting rising healthcare costs for physicians. This deal resolves an antitrust of the state's material change notice in transactions. It was found from Wednesday's big Powerball drawing that another ticket worth $50,000 was also sold in the state. 2 Powerball tickets worth $100,000 were sold in Connecticut from Christmas Eve's big $1 billion drawing. A UConn women's basketball team stays undefeated after beating Butler on Sunday.
From that point forward, all UConn as you would expect. The Huskies now 13-0. 4-0 in league, 29 straight wins, and 51 in a row against big.
The women trailed 10-6 in the first quarter before storming out a 20-0 run, securing a 94-47 win. The Huskies built its lead behind Sarah Strong and AZ Fudd, as Strong led the way with 15 points and 6 rebounds, while Fudd added 13 points on 5 for 7 shooting. UConn moved to a 13-0 for the season. And happy heavenly birthday to late actress Mary Tyler Moore. She is best known for her roles in The Dick Van Dyke Show and her own Mary Tyler Moore Show, defining a new image for women facing modern challenges. Moore passed away in Greenwich Hospital and is buried at Oaklawn Cemetery in Fairfield. For the Voice of Connecticut, I'm Isabel Gatos, WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, about an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Lower Merritt is your best bet. 95 south congestion delays through Long Wharf and West Haven, and fog delays abound. Watch your speeds, please. Mitch Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy, colder and windy with a low in the mid-20s. Partly sunny, windy and cold tomorrow with a high near 30. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Bridgeport is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Up and underway here on this Monday, the 29th of December 2025, last week of the year. It's a partial week, last partial week of the year. New Year's Day, New Year's Eve coming up on Wednesday, New Year's Day, January 1, 2026 on Thursday at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Having some fun talking about predictions here, whatever's on your mind for entertainment, sports, news, politics, state of Connecticut. I'll give you another prescient. This one might not be too prescient, though. For 2026, we here in the state of Connecticut, a state that is normally talked about as having, a great workforce. Everybody from the governor to the Democrats to the Republicans, everybody talks about how wonderful the workforce is in the state, how smart they are. All these great colleges we have: Yale, UConn, Sacred Heart, Fairfield, Wesleyan, Connecticut College. I mean, replete all the state university system, whatever. We have all these really smart people in this state. But I will tell you, coming up in the year 2026, and you tell me whether I think I'm right on this one. I might be wrong. I am not infallible. But we will go another year, sadly, especially with the fact that we have the short legislative session coming up. It's only 3 months, or 3 months and a week, or 1 week, or 2 weeks, or whatever. Especially we have the short legislative session when we will still do essentially nothing. And I understand this isn't uber easy to follow here or to come up with. But we will go another year in 2026 without a cogent, well thought out, well planned, tested, evaluated, forward-looking plan to deal with the energy situation we have in this state. It's just not going to happen. I wish it would. But again, you would think, and this is one of Paul's pet peeves here. And you can chime in at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. You have a scenario here where we on an annual basis, on a monthly basis, yearly basis, we have the second or third highest utility costs, electric rates in the country. And year in and year out, everybody yammers in Hartford about having to lower electric rates. And you know what happens? It's called squat. That's what happens. Well, you can't play with the public benefits charge. It's got to be on the bill. And we know we don't want natural gas anymore because that's a fossil fuel, and crank up the windmills. And it all turns out to mean nothing. And I bravely and boldly predict in 2026 that there's going to be a lot of yammering by people about how awful our electric rates are. There was a story, I think it was in the Hartford Courant over the weekend. Somebody that basically said this is not going to change for years. And that I'm going to put that in my bold prediction category, that in the coming year, you won't even see a cogent effort to try and come, not with something that we have to do in a year or two, but maybe a 5, 10, 15, 20-year plan to tighten up, to clean up, to reinvent how we generate power in this state. And I know the answers aren't easy, but again, this is something I jotted this down. I put one word on a piece of paper, power. I read this story about, well, this is only going to get worse over the next few years because, Eversource feels they were cheated out of $1.5 billion of tree trimming costs and all. Oh, my God. Now, listen, they're going to litigate that out. I get it. I understand it. But man, oh, man. So, again, one of my bold predictions is for 2026 is nothing. The nothing will be what we'll do regarding the future of energy generation, the grid, the electricity, natural gas here in the state. We won't. Because people will, as usually happens here in Connecticut, on most things that require tough decisions, people will yell and scream and yammer and blah, 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 and nothing will get done. Bill is with us. Bill, good afternoon. How are you?
Paul, they haven't learned anything. Look what happened with Spain and Portugal. They had nothing but wind and solar. They went 4 days with no electricity. They had no other way of getting electrical power.
And listen, Bill, I'm all for wind and solar to supplement a regular grid or to supplement a steady, weatherproof power generation here. But, Bill, it just drives me nuts when you hear all the people in Hartford yammering.
And it costs more for wind power.
Sure, it's very expensive. Very expensive. Everybody loves this wind power.
Almost $2 a kilowatt hour.
Yes,
for wind.
It is.
It's not affordable.
Not at this point. It isn't.
It's the worst thing to take and have. Because the towers, they fall apart.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're dangerous. Those towers, they start breaking apart after a little while.
Yeah, and you haven't, Bill, thank you for the call. Appreciate it, my friend. Happy New Year to you. I mean, yeah, now you have the controversy where, this big wind project off the Connecticut shoreline between Connecticut and Rhode Island has just been stopped there by the Trump people. I guess there's a lawsuit being filed with oral arguments today or tomorrow in a court. I think Virginia is leading that lawsuit. But again, you watch, folks, and hopefully I'm wrong. This is a prediction I want to be wrong on. Maybe we finally will do something in 2026 to say, hey, what is our long-term goal here to try and lower electricity rates here in the state? But I fear it ain't going to happen. We'll do some business and traffic and weather together and all that coming up right here. It's a Monday on WICC.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/investor day.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. An Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, about an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The lower Merritt is your best bet. 95 south congestion delays through Long Wharf and West Haven, and fog delays abound. Watch your speeds, please. Mitch Krause with WICC traffic.
Partly cloudy, windy, and cold this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-20s. Partly sunny, windy, colder tomorrow with a high near 30. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Whatever's on your mind, put it in a text and send it to Paul. 203-333-9422. WICC 695.9. The voice of Connecticut. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Our last show here on this Monday, the 29th of December, 2025. Looking ahead to the new year, me making my sometimes goofy, but sometimes fearless predictions here. I really do think that we will still be well, and sadly, because this is such a serious topic here, I really think we will be well into the Jeffrey Epstein file mess, case, controversy, whatever, well into 2026, especially with the midterms coming up. Joining us right now, CBS News Justice Department correspondent Scott McFarland on the continuing saga of these Epstein files. Hey, Scott, good afternoon. Great to have you here on WICC. So where do we stand on this right now? We seem to get, Scott McFarland, these kind of timed releases here for the most political response here. Where do we stand on this?
And not timed predictably either. They just come when they come.
Yeah.
And that gets to the fundamental issue here, which is the federal law under which these Epstein case files are being released. This profoundly big release of files required it all to happen by December 19th, which is well in the rearview mirror now. Mm-hmm. So there's an argument being made, not only is the Trump administration violating the spirit of the law, but violating the letter of the law, that 100% of the files haven't been released in their proper way. The Department of Justice has argued they're moving as expediently as they can, that they didn't have much lead time to do this, and that there has to be a proper redaction to ensure that nothing that needs to stay sensitive and stay secret doesn't stay secret. But the process is becoming part of the story here. This piecemeal patchwork release is frustrating, if not enraging, the survivors who've been pushing for this record release. But it's also fueling those theories that there's some type of cover-up or lack of transparency by design.
And you also, Scott, and we heard a bit of a contradiction to this the other day. We also heard the Attorney General Pam Bondi for weeks saying, "Well, I've got more information about the Epstein files, and I've got a quote unquote list." And then we have people coming out of the past few days saying, "Well, no, there's really not a list here." And Scott, I think, and I know my callers here are cynical, saying, "Hey, this is just something that neither side wants released in full, and this is for the maximum political power they can get out of that." It's really sad.
The politics are so weird on this, and it's a unicorn of a political issue, especially in this uniquely toxic and divided moment in America. You have this constituency, this political constituency, across the spectrum that wants these files released. You have the most ardent MAGA loyalists who say, release the files. In fact, the president campaigned on doing so. You have leaders of the progressives in the U.S. House saying, release the files. And you have all this stuff in between that joined in this vote, this nearly unanimous vote, a crazy thing, a near unanimous vote in this Congress to release the files. So you can't just paint this blue or red or pick a side as you can on seemingly everything else. That's boxed in the Trump administration. They now must satisfy everybody. They've been fully transparent, and they have changed their position on this because in July 6th, way back when, the Department of Justice released an unsigned memo saying there's no there, there's nothing more to learn, there's no need to release any more files. Now they're saying they're going to do it because they're required to do it and that they should do it. So they've shifted positions. All of this is difficult to get your bearings on, and all of this could have a political price. It's just not clear to whom and how much.
Absolutely. Scott McFarland, CBS News Justice Department correspondent. Scott, thank you for the time today. We appreciate it, sir. Be safe. Thank you.
Anytime.
Thank you, Scott. Scott McFarland there from Capitol Hill, CBS. Yeah, this is just, and I think, sadly, maybe not by this time next year, I don't know, but maybe a good part of this is going to extend into 2026. It's such a bizarre story. As Scott just says, I mean, how many things, even on a local level, this is one of those stories. You can talk to the president, people in his cabinet, members of the House, including our 5 House members, Mr. Himes, Mr. Courtney, Mr. Larson, Ms. DeLauro, Ms. Hayes, our 2 Senate members, Richard Blumenthal and Chris Murphy, and you'll get passionate stuff there. But this is the kind of story, even in the realm of politics, where, as Scott just said, you can have the most ardent right-wing, as he said, MAGA-type Republican and somebody uber progressive look at each other and say, hey, we agree on this, release the files. Now, you know what my position has already been on this. And just to repeat, I think, now, are these files, are they replete with stuff, allegations, photos, names, places, allegations of activities where they could bring the government, quote unquote, down? No, I don't think so. But again, I do think, and I liken this to our years and years and years of, facing off with the Russians, per se, when it comes to nuclear weapons. And I do think there is a MAD, mutually assured destruction here. I think those on the right know that there's enough stuff about them in there, and yet they know that there's enough stuff about the people on the left side of the aisle or the blue side of the aisle. So to me, there is kind of a gentleman's and gentle ladies agreement here that, even though people in both sides of our political parties, are clamoring here, there's stuff that cannot just that can't just be seen. But the thing that fascinates me here is the sheer number and sheer breadth, if you will, of people that are included in those photos. And just the relatively small numbers of photos that you've seen. Donald Trump, Bill Clinton, Prince Andrew, Bill Gates, Woody Allen. What I see the other day, Noam Chomsky, who's one of the preeminent leaders of the left. And again, and I know beautiful, quote unquote, the rich, the powerful, the influential, the beautiful people, like to hang out with each other. But you mean to tell me that nobody knew what was going on? And there weren't enough people were those photos all taken previously? Come on. There's just something weird about this. Yes, the whole thing is abhorrent. Ostensibly, the guy committed suicide after being convicted on, sexual abuse charges, and he had, I guess, for all intents and purposes, his madam there, Ghislaine Maxwell, she's trying to cut her new deal. But it is, to me, this thing is going to go well into 2026 because as much as we know about it, think about what we kind of sort of don't know. And we know about the seedy allegations. We know all that. But I don't know what it is. I can't put my finger on it. But there is still something weird here. And the weird I mean is, if this guy was so abhorrent, which I fully believe he was, I'm not defending this guy for one split second. How do so many of the rich and the powerful and the influential surround them, flock to this guy? I mean, some of these pictures you see, right? How many times have you said to yourself, him too? And I know that he was apparently a financier. He was a savvy investor, whatever, but it's just, again, I've been trying to put my finger on it, and it's just odd. It's a disgusting, but just really strange story. And it's so bad that people are almost adding this artificial salaciousness to this that I'm just like, ugh. Yeah. Before we do traffic and weather together, Dean is with us. Dean, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm good, Dean. What's on your mind, pal?
Why don't they just burn the files and be done with it?
You know, again, Dean, it's another one of these things where are they hiding something? Are they not hiding something? Why are there files to begin with? Now, granted, the guy did some horrible things, but first of all, Dean, who was around taking pictures of all these people? You know what I mean?
That's a good question.
Right? And Dean, thank you for the call. You're breaking up a little, sir. Thank you. That's another thing, folks. More pictures released from the Epstein files. Like, all right. Like when you used to see pictures from organized crime files. A lot of them were grainy. They were done through, long lenses, telescopic lenses, whatever. Oh, yeah, that is Carlo Gambino. Oh, yeah, that's Big Paul Castellano. Here, everybody, Bill Clinton and Donald Trump and Bill Gates, Noam Chomsky, Woody Allen. I said, hey, take my picture. Take my picture here. I'm with Jeffrey Epstein. It's just something odd that's not clicking, and I don't know what the heck it is. Traffic and weather together right here. News coming up on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, about an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The lower Merritt is your best bet. 95 south congestion delays through Long Wharf and West Haven, and fog delays bound. Watch your speeds, please. Mesh Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy, colder and windy with a low in the mid-20s. Partly sunny, windy and cold tomorrow with a high near 30. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
It's been said that if you spend 18 minutes a day working at something, that after a year, you'll be better than 95% of the people working at that exact same thing. And if you think about it, 18 minutes is nothing. We spend more time searching for something to watch on Netflix. Now, what if you spent just 18 minutes thinking about your retirement and then a few more minutes to meet with David Gagnon of First Financial Planners, and you come in for a custom income review?
It comes down to education. Knowledge is power. In this situation, when people get to that point, they understand what they're doing and they get to enjoy their retirement stress-free.
Call right now, 203-872-0009. Get more details at masteringyourwealthradio.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. RWA and First Financial Planners are independent of each other. By contacting us, you may be provided with information about insurance, including annuities, licensed in Connecticut.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart Sellers Ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, you and I together at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Coming up, we'll talk to an expert regarding security and what could be happening with these Russia-Ukraine talks. And because she normally joins us on Tuesday and I won't be here tomorrow, one of our favorite segments, I hear it from folks who call in and write in and let me know, Megan Portfolio from the Hartford Portfolio and the Yankee Institute. And, you know, Megan is always watching how our tax money is being spent and who says what to whom in Hartford. So we'll do that in the 5 o'clock hour. That and more coming up.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. A powerful winter storm sweeping across the northern part of the country is causing a lot of travel headaches for the Iowa State Patrol on I-35, which just reopened.
14-vehicle crash, zero visibility.
CBS's Rob Marciano is tracking things.
It's still strengthening. So if you live in the Great Lakes, you know what I'm talking about. Parts of Minnesota, Wisconsin, you're on the backside of this with blizzard conditions, and the front side, it's kind of warm and foggy. You're experiencing that across I-95, but that will change from west to east as the front comes through.
Samantha Cheney reports from Boston's Logan Airport, where many travelers have been held up.
I didn't expect it to be this bad.
A Christmas trip to Boston scheduled to return to Atlanta last Friday.
This is my first time traveling between New Year's and Christmas.
For Francisco Rodriguez, is long overdue.
This is the third time I'm here at the airport because of delays, cancellations.
His flight, like so many others, were disrupted by the intense winter weather conditions this weekend.
So I'm just trying to get home.
President Trump is hosting Israel's prime minister at Mar-a-Lago to discuss phase 2 of the Gaza peace plan. CBS's Aaron Navarro.
We will see if there has been any progress, but again, any progress made with Netanyahu would have to be translated into progress with Hamas.
The president was asked about Russian claims of a Ukrainian attack on Vladimir Putin's residence. Stacey Lynn has that.
President Trump says he heard about the attack this morning.
You know who told me about it? President Putin told me about it.
But when asked if U.S. intelligence picked up on the strike.
Well, we'll find out. I mean, you're saying maybe the attack didn't take place. It's possible too, I guess. But President Putin told me this morning it did.
Ukrainian President Zelensky dismissed the claim and accused Moscow of using, quote, dangerous statements to undermine U.S.-led diplomacy and justify further attacks. Stacey Lynn, CBS News, Washington.
The man accused of planting pipe bombs in Washington the evening before the Capitol riot has a court appearance tomorrow. Yesterday, the Justice Department claimed Brian Cole felt someone needed to speak up about the 2020 election. CBS's Scott McFarland.
The defense attorneys in this case have argued that tomorrow, the Department of Justice should show its work to put up or shut up whatever evidence it has. They think the charging document is thin, and all of this seems to be based on the words of the defendant, whose family says he has a developmental disability.
Cole has not yet entered a plea. The bombs planted outside the DNC and RNC headquarters did not explode. On Wall Street at the closing bell, stocks finish lower. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive. See why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive to stay protected on the road. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
Between all the holiday parties,
weekend tailgates,
and family get-togethers,
we've been overindulging a little more than usual over the holidays. But now, we are starting the new year off on a healthier note by taking Active Liver supplements from New Nordic every day.
Active Liver contains a powerful blend of turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke extract, all natural ingredients that help protect the liver so that it can protect you from toxins. It's like giving my body a daily detox. I've never felt better, and my energy is through the roof.
And my doctor is already impressed with how much better my numbers are looking. So if better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today and start the year off knowing you're giving your liver some well-deserved relief.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or pick some up today at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery. Are now available at Wegmans. New year, new you, new Nordic.
WICC 600 and 95.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Mayor Joe Ganim and the city of Bridgeport have activated a cold weather protocol. City officials say residents must prepare for slippery travels with wind chills to be near zero. This period starts at 6 p.m. today to 12 p.m. Sunday. Anyone in need of shelter can call 211 or visit 211ct.org. Firefighters discovered a fire after being called to a shopping center in Orange. It was discovered Saturday on Boston Post Road around 9 a.m. as they were called to a possible carbon monoxide, but firefighters led to the Black Swan Nail and Spa where an active fire have mostly burnt itself out. All stores were closed at the time as the fire did not spread to other businesses in the area. Also in fires, one person is injured following an apartment fire in Naugatuck. The fire broke out yesterday at 19 Hillside Avenue. Emergency crews rescued one of the residents and took them to the hospital for evaluation. The cause of fire is under investigation. Governor Ned Lamont and Attorney General William Tong pushed back on construction for the Trump administration's Revolution Wind project. Officials say the move intimidates clean energy, jobs, and affordable electricity while resisting court orders. The nearly 100-year-old Cross Highway Bridge in Westport is to be replaced this summer. Town engineer Keith Wilberg says the $2.75 million project will add 5-foot-wide sidewalks and traffic signals to the new construction. The bridge is located between Bearberry Lane and North Avenue. If you plan on heading to New York to ring in the new year, you're in luck. The MTA is announcing the schedule for public transit for New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. Metro North and the Long Island Railroad will give extra service on New Year's Eve, but limited service the day after. Check the MTA app or call at 511 before heading out.
Here on its home floor following the holiday break, but from that point forward, all UConn as you would expect. The Huskies now 13-0, 4-0 in league, 29 straight wins, and 51 in a row against big.
UConn women's basketball stays undefeated after beating Butler on Sunday. The Huskies trailed 10-6 in the first quarter before storming out a 20-0 run, securing a 94-47 win. The Huskies built its lead as Sarah Strong led the way with 15 points, and AZ Fudd added 13 points on 5 for 7 shooting. UConn moved to 13-0 on the season. For the Voice of Connecticut, I'm Isabel Gatos, WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, about an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The lower Merritt is your best bet. 95 south congestion delays through Long Wharf and West Haven, and fog delays abound. Watch your speeds, please. Manage Krause with WICC traffic.
Partly cloudy, windy, and cold this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-20s. Partly sunny, windy, colder tomorrow with a high near 30. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, you and I together, 2 hours down, 2 hours to go. It's hour number 3 of the final show with moi here. I'm off for the rest of the week until Friday after this. So get in with us, say last licks, last ups here at 203-333-9422. 333 WICC as we bid to 2025 adieu in the rearview mirror here. What do you expect for 2026? Have you thought about that? Again, that's our Facebook question of the day. You want to chime in with something? And again, if you want to do something on the satirical side of things, tongue-in-cheek, go right ahead. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Same number, talk or text. Whether it's national politics, state politics, what do you think of the governor's race? I kicked this whole thing off earlier today. I said I think it'll be close. It'll be, it's not going to be a blowout. But I think Governor Ned Lamont is going to win re-election. Now, maybe I'll be wrong. I don't know. With the election coming up in a few months, November of 2026, and again, General Assembly too. Now, not because of a lack of ideas or a dearth, if you will, of ideas, But simply because of demographics and numbers, it's tough for the Republican Party in Connecticut. And I know a lot of people call this show and other shows around the state, and they say, hey, what's wrong with Connecticut? Well, if you look at the demographics, if you look at who votes and the outsized influence of the cities, nothing's wrong with the state. Generally, the numbers are shaking out how you would expect if you run the percentages here. That's why, all things considered, I'm thinking, well, the governor probably wins again in 2026. Could he win? Could he lose? Yeah, I think it'll be close. I think you'll have a fascinating race once the Republicans settle on a candidate, be it Aaron Stewart, be it Ryan Fazio. They're officially in. Aaron Stewart already qualifying for the state election fund money. Ryan Fazio on the way there. He says he will. And we go from there. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. We'll break. We'll do this. We'll come back and we will talk a little bit about what is going on in Russia and Ukraine. And the notion here that's another thing for 2026. Sadly, I think this war is going to continue. Unless you can get Putin to stop. See, I know everybody says, well, it's an agreement between Ukraine and Russia. Or is it simply to try to get Putin to stop? Whomever is seen to be or actually winning a war, they don't stop. They generally don't stop. Why would you stop if you're winning? So that's another one of my predictions for 2026. I would love to be wrong on this. I really would, and God, I hope I am. But you look at what's going on here, and you have to ask yourself, why would this end any time before Vladimir Putin wants it to end? Even though the word is some of these Russian conscripts are prisoners, they're older soldiers, they're said to be running low on manpower, but he's not going to stop. Because Putin is an old KGB guy under the old Soviet Union, and he longs for the day pre-breakup of the old Russia. So sadly, here's another thing. In fact, it's going to be 4 years coming up in a few weeks. So we'll discuss that and more coming up right here at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
You're not always near your radio, but you still want to stay informed on Fairfield County matters. There are lots of ways to enjoy WICC beyond your radio at 695.9. Stream us free at work on voiceofct.com or on your smartphone by downloading our app. And now it's easier than ever to listen on your smart speaker when you say, play WICC. The voice of Connecticut is always live, local, and free, wherever you are.
Elevate your driving experience this holiday season at Cadillac of Greenwich. Come see our best-selling and highly awarded luxury EV lineup of dual-motor all-wheel drive Lyric, Optic, Vistic, and Escalade IQ at CadillacofGreenwich.com. Our season's best offer delivers exceptionalism and safety for your iconic arrivals. From all of us at Cadillac of Greenwich, we wish you and your family all the very best during the season of joy. This holiday, let's take the Cadillac.
When it comes to buying or selling a home, don't seek advice from AI. My friend Jonathan Carbuti with Carbuti & Company Realtors is a good local and human real estate agent who knows your neighborhood inside and out, from property values and hidden issues to schools, traffic patterns, and what buyers really want. AI can't walk your block. Carbuti & Company Realtors builds real relationships in New Haven and Fairfield counties. Try getting that from AI. Call Jonathan Carbuti at 203-980-6886 or visit CarbutiRealestate.com.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
We all have the ability to make a difference, to come together, to change a life, to make a wish come true. By supporting Make-A-Wish Connecticut, you are bringing hope and joy to children fighting critical illnesses. Children like me. Visit ct.wish.org to learn how you can become a wishmaker and be part of a journey that changes lives. Just imagine what you can do. Visit ct.wish.org today to learn more. That's ct.wish.org.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
FIFA World Cup 2026 is coming soon, but your opportunity to be there starts now through an exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card. For a limited time, become a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card holder, and you will be eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America NA in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. Rights reserved.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, about an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway overall a little bit easier. On 84 eastbound, plenty of company for Danbury going to the Super 7. Traffic report is powered by Brown Roofing, Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement repair and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down. I'm Edge Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy, colder and windy with a low in the mid-20s. Partly sunny, windy, and cold tomorrow with a high near 30. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
As soon as you hear it in the news, Paul already has his opinion on it. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, we had a big weekend meeting, I guess, Sunday at Mar-a-Lago between President Trump and the leader of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky. Of course, the Ukrainian community here in Connecticut, all around the U.S. and around the world, praying for an end to this war. But practically, what are involved here in security guarantees, and both sides saying they're 90% there, or sadly, are we still spinning our wheels on this one? We always invite this gentleman on to give us a little national security and or crime fighting and or international relations background on this. University of New Haven Senior Criminal Justice Lecturer Ken Gray joins us. Ken, good afternoon. Good to have you with us. How are you?
Hi, Paul. I'm doing well. Thank you. Glad to be with you.
Yeah, Ken, what do you see about, what are your thoughts here with your security background, international and domestic and all this, and these meetings going on back and forth? Is this just a big shell game? Is this just a charade here? Does this only end when Putin wants it to end, or what?
So, Paul, I think that they are actually making some efforts, some steps forward towards trying to come to some type of agreement here with Russia. Going into this meeting, the president had a 28-point plan to try to come to terms with between Ukraine and Russia to be able to find peace between the two. Zelensky showed up with an alternate plan, a 20-point plan, some of which were the same as the 28-point plan, but some of them somewhat different. Mm-hmm. The real sticking points in this right now are the Donbass.
Yeah.
For your listeners, the Donbass is the eastern end of Ukraine. The Russians control about 50% of it, and they have been trying to take the entire Donbass for at least a year now, and has not been able to make any real advances towards control of the entire Donbass. So Zelensky would like to have them freeze the land holdings in place. Russia wants the entire Donbass. Well, the eastern end of Ukraine is Russian-speaking, and the people there are ethnically Russian. And so, really, I think if there was a referendum in the Donbass, I think most of the occupants there would vote to go with Russia. But that's just my opinion. I don't know that for a fact. That's one of the main sticking points. Another one is security guarantees. Zelensky wants to have an extended period of time where the United States will guarantee the security of Ukraine, that if attacked by Russia, we will come to their aid. The president seems to be willing to go with about a 10-year period. Zelensky wants 30, 40, 50 years guarantee that we will come to their aid. They additionally want to become a member of the EU, and they want the United States to recognize the equivalent of NATO Article 5, which says that an attack on one is an attack on all, that if they were to be attacked by Russia after they signed a peace agreement, that we would put boots on the ground and actually come to their assistance. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, and Ken, also, did I read or hear over the weekend that Mr. Zelensky was theorizing a sort of a DMZ, like a demilitarized zone or a neutral zone, kind of along the lines of, say, the 38th parallel in Korea, and some sort of an economic zone also that would be free of military influence on both sides. Did I read or hear that correctly?
That is correct. In fact, President Trump talking about having a free zone for trade there in the Donbass, where economic trade could continue between the two sides, and Ukraine could end up profiting from that while still under Russia control. But again, Ukraine wants to have half of the Donbass, while Russia wants the whole thing. Now, here's the concern is that from the Donbass on down to the Crimea, they are moving towards Odessa, which is on the west side of Ukraine. If they've been firing missiles into Odessa, and if they were to take Odessa, Ukraine would not have access to the Black Sea anymore. So this is very important for Ukraine to be able to maintain access to the Black Sea for trade. And that is a real threat to Ukraine if Russia were to continue making moves towards taking Odessa also. But again, they don't control the entire area there, so I don't know if that is going to happen or not. But the two sides are still far apart on some of these sticking points. They say they're 90 to 95% there as far as an agreement, but that 5% might take 3 or 4 weeks to get there, or it might take forever.
Wow. University of New Haven Senior Criminal Justice Lecturer Ken Gray is the guest. And Ken, kind of the elephant in the room here is Putin, but not just Putin in the sense that he's the leader of this whole thing and the president of Russia, but you've got a guy who goes back to cutting his teeth in the old Soviet Union, and there are interviews with him online on YouTube, and I urge people, there's about a 45-minute video he did 10 years ago with Charlie Ross of CBS, and Charlie Rose, I'm sorry, of CBS. And you hear this guy, and he really does, Ken, long for the old Soviet Union. And he says right in there that he doesn't think Russia is taken seriously. And a lot of people, I don't think, can understand how much that drives his psyche and his thinking here and his brutality here.
Yeah, absolutely. So Russia has their areas are large plains with a couple of choke points. And if you don't control the choke points, you can be invaded from all different sides. So Putin's main concern is to be able to control those choke points. Ukraine is one such choke point. The thing is that the Russians are running out of manpower.
Yeah.
They are in this demographic collapse, just like so many other countries are. And if they don't secure those choke points now, 10 years from now, they're not going to have the troops to be able to do so. So I think that's why we see this move in Ukraine at this point, is that this is their last opportunity to use the troops that they have to be able to secure this as a choke point.
Ken Gray, University of New Haven. Ken, excellent analysis. As always, we thank you, Ken, and Happy New Year, and we'll be with you in the new year. Thank you, sir.
Happy New Year, Paul.
Thank you, Ken. Ken Gray, Senior Criminal Justice Lecturer, University of New Haven. Also, you heard there a great understanding of international affairs as well. Sadly, though, again, I hope, look, it's definitely going to go into 2026. How long, how far that'll go, who knows? Who knows? And yeah, sure, Putin can stop this today, tomorrow if he wanted to, calling out for an all-out ceasefire and a cessation of fire. But again, hundreds, and please, I am not in any way, shape, or form supporting what Putin's doing, saying, hey, it's his right. No. But the more you listen to people like Ken, and the more you look into this and read and listen, you find out what's driving this guy. And, of course, it's no excuse for killing people or blowing people up. But, again, I have urged you, go on YouTube. If you type in the YouTube search panel there, Charlie Rose, Vladimir Putin. It's from 10 years ago, and at the time, Putin was not the president. He was supposedly the foreign minister, but if you remember, he was president, then he wasn't, now he is again or whatever, now probably president for life. He swapped seats with Medvedev there, whatever it is, his name is. And it is a fascinating interview because you listen to him and you say, wow, okay, I get it now. I see why he thinks what he thinks. And this is why a lot of foreign policy people say they're not surprised at what he does. Because, again, there's that not old saying, but there's kind of like that perception in the diplomatic sphere. And they joke that Russia is a big gas station, meaning crude oil and natural gas. They say that, hey, they're not surprised because Russia doesn't really have a tourist economy. They don't really make anything. You don't hear people saying, hey, where are you going for your trip? Hey, well, I could have went to France, could have went to Paris, but I'm going to Moscow. And that's why they say, hey, in essence, may not be a nice thing to say, but Russia is a big gas station with nuclear weapons. Let's check traffic and weather together. News, all that coming up right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, about an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway overall a little bit easier. On 84 eastbound, plenty of company through Danbury going to the Super 7. Traffic report is powered by Brown Roofing, Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement, repair, and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down. On Edge Krause with WICC traffic.
Partly cloudy, windy, and cold this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-20s. Partly sunny, windy, colder tomorrow with a high near 30. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices. Try the Big D Philly cheesesteak, or how about a combo meal like a Big D cheeseburger, long dog, or grilled chicken sandwich with fries and a drink, or a roasted turkey, bacon, and cheddar on wheatberry bread. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many menu items: sandwiches, wraps, burgers, hot dogs, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
It's been said that if you spend 18 minutes a day working at something, that after a year, you'll be better than 95% of the people working at that exact same thing. And if you think about it, 18 minutes is nothing. We spend more time searching for something to watch on Netflix. Now, what if you spent just 18 minutes thinking about your retirement and then a few more minutes to meet with David Gagnon of First Financial Planners, and you come in for a custom income review?
It comes down to education. Knowledge is power. In this situation, when people get to that point, they understand what they're doing and they get to enjoy their retirement stress-free.
Call right now, 203-872-0009. Get more details at masteringyourwealthradio.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. RWA and First Financial Planners are independent of each other. By contacting us, you may be provided with information about insurance, including annuities. Licensed in Connecticut.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump is sitting down at Mar-a-Lago with Israel's prime minister to discuss phase 2 of the Gaza peace plan. CBS's Aaron Navarro is following.
The president saying that he wants to get to phase 2 quickly, but then adding later on that he seems to be on the same page with Netanyahu in terms of getting that last Israeli hostage in Gaza out, Ron Gavili.
President Trump also said again that Hamas will have to disarm first. Trump said he spoke today to Russian President Vladimir Putin, a call the White House said was positive. Security contributor Sam Vinograd.
I think Putin is the sticking point, not the Donbass, not the nuclear reactor that Russia currently occupies, not the security guarantees. All that can be negotiated if Putin is actually serious about ending the war.
Trump said Putin told him the Ukrainians had targeted his residence, something Trump said made him very angry. Ukraine denies the allegations. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Mayor Joe Ganim and the city of Bridgeport have activated a cold weather protocol. City officials say residents must prepare for slippery roads with wind chills to be near zero. This period starts at 6 p.m. today to 12 p.m. Sunday. Anyone in need of shelter can call 211 or visit 211ct.org. Governor Ned Lamont and Attorney General William Tong pushed back the construction for the Trump administration's Revolution Wind project. Officials say the move intimidates clean energy, jobs, and affordable electricity while resisting court orders. Also for the Attorney General, him and Hartford Healthcare have come to an agreement on protecting rising healthcare costs for physicians. This deal resolves an antitrust of the state's material change and notice of transactions. It was found from Christmas Eve's big Powerball drawing that another ticket worth $50,000 was also sold in the state. Are you the lucky person? 2 Powerball tickets worth $100,000 each were sold in Connecticut from Wednesday's $1 billion drawing. And UConn women's basketball stays undefeated after beating Butler on Sunday.
When the starters were in, it was closer to 70. Fisher, too strong. Rebound to Caroline Dotsey, who led the Bulldogs last Friday with a season-high 25 points in their most recent win. Gabby Wilkie in the scoring column here.
The Huskies trailed 10-6 in the first quarter before storming out a 20-0 run, securing a 94-47 win. They lead behind Sarah Strong and AZ Fudd as Strong led the way 15 points, while Fudd added 13 points on a 5-for-7 shooting. UConn moved 13-0 on the season. And today we remember the 39th President of the United States, Jimmy Carter, who passed away at the age of 100 1 year ago today. President Carter has multiple ties to the Nutmeg State, serving as a Navy officer in London, fighting against the close of the naval submarine base in Groton, and leaving an impact through Habitat for Humanity throughout the state. For the Voice of Connecticut, I'm Isabel Gatos, WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, about an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway overall a little bit easier. On 84 eastbound, plenty of company for Danbury going to the Super 7. Traffic report is powered by Brown Roofing, Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement, repair, and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down. On the Edge Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy, colder and windy with a low in the mid-20s. Partly sunny, windy, and cold tomorrow with a high near 30. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
A place where you can complain freely. In fact, we encourage it. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9 and Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Is it a bad sign when you're looking for your cell phone, you claim you can't find it, it's right in front of you? I'm just asking. Is that the first sign? I'm just kidding. How is everybody here? 4:34, almost 4:35. I got to tell you, the office is quiet today. I tell you, I walked back there. Hello. Just kidding. We have some very valuable members of our connoisseur media team here, locally owned stations here in Connecticut. And they nifty, huh? 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. A lot more coming up. Our friend, who's usually with us tomorrow, but because I won't be here tomorrow, she's with us today, Megan Portfolio, in about, let's say about 45 minutes or so, at 5:15. I've heard people both here in the building and you listeners out there who love Megan's her about twice weekly blog, the Hartford Portfolio, where she takes a look at these bills that have passed with our lawmakers and she actually reads them. Do you know what it's like to have to sit there and read a 150-page or 200-page bill on something? Not only that, she gets paid to watch CTN, which of course is our state version of C-SPAN. So she gets paid to sit there and watch and listen to who says what with those uber valuable debates going on in Hartford. So we will talk about that and more coming up with Megan, see what she has this week as we round up 2025. We head into 2026. What might be your predictions for 2026? 203-333-9422. 333 WICC. Ernest is with us. Ernest, good afternoon. How are you?
I am doing fine to you, and Merry Christmas past and a Happy New Year coming up.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it, and back at you. Yes, sir.
Okay, I appreciate that. But what I wanted to talk about is when I watch CNN and I watch all these other news stations, and the way that they portrayed Donald Trump with this Putin and Ukraine situation. Yeah. I don't see how no one can see that Donald Trump is pulling the okie dokes over everybody here in America. Donald Trump he's acting just like Putin. Remember, he wanted us, he wanted us to take over Canada, Iceland. He's going over there in Venezuela, doing them things over there. He wants to he wants to change that. And if you notice, every time he has a meeting with Putin and Putin comes out the meeting, Putin ends up bombing worse than he did before they had this meeting. And so I believe when Donald Trump is in these private meetings with Putin, like that one that they had over in Alaska. Yeah. That was the last when they had that press. And he didn't invite Ukraine President Zelensky.
Oh, I remember that.
The reason why he did that, because he was telling Zelensky, you have to bomb these people up enough. You're not bombing them enough. You have to give me something so that I can negotiate with. You have to do better. You're not bombing enough. Because he does not want, and if you, Russia invaded Ukraine.
Yes.
And Donald Trump is acting like Ukraine invaded Russia. And it just I think, and another thing too, and this is a big one, and this is my own feeling.
Okay.
I feel strongly that Russia has something on Donald Trump. In his first presidency, remember when he went out to Helsinki? What's that place?
Helsinki in Finland. Yeah.
And he put our national security people. He put them down to side with Putin. I couldn't believe it. Here it is, an American president against a Soviet president, and this American president is our security. He put on national television. He put them down in favor of Putin. And I noticed that anybody who has something on him, just like when he with this rich guy, the richest guy in the world now,
Elon Musk. Yes.
Elon Musk.
Yeah.
When Elon Musk was in the office there, Elon Musk called him all kind of names.
Yeah.
He disrespected him. Elon Musk disrespected him. Did you see how Donald Trump acted? He didn't say much. Normally, if you said something to Trump, he will call you all kind of names. Stupid, dumb, ugly. He does not care. You don't know.
Ugly. Ugly.
Anything. He'll call you.
Oh, man, Ernest, that hit me right there. You ugly.
Oh, God. But I mean.
No, I know it's.
But I mean, he would not. He will not take that from nobody.
Yeah.
But yet, Putin can do anything, and he will not ever say nothing wrong about it.
Hey, Ernest, I have said on this show, I said what I wouldn't get, and in the end, we will all find this out. In the end, and the end may take 1, 2, 3, 5, 10 years, eventually somebody will write a book, somebody will have an interview or whatever. I would love to be a fly on the wall when Putin and Trump are talking or trying to negotiate. You know, that's been a rumor for years. What does Russia have? Does the KGB have anything on Trump? Does Trump try to butter up Putin to get what he wants? So none of us know, Ernest. You know, hopefully we find out. I would love to find out.
Yeah, because I just feel that there's something there. And I mean, all these secret meetings. And you notice the meeting that he just had?
Yeah.
He called. Now, he didn't do this for Zelensky, the guy who was being attacked.
Yeah.
He called up Putin before the meeting with Zelensky. Then he called Putin after the meeting with Zelensky. He didn't do that for Zelensky. They had to become outraged.
Now, you know what he would now, Ernest, if you confronted him about this, I could envision him saying, well, this is, and Ernest, I'm not saying you're right or wrong, but I could
I understand.
I could see Trump saying, well, this is the only way I can get, well, you know, Putin, this is the only way. I've dealt with guys like him. Sometimes you got to do it so they listen. Someday, you know what I'm saying? Or it is.
You're right.
It is what it is. You know.
You're right.
All right, Ernest.
Right.
Ernest, listen, I gotta go, but thank you for that ugly. Thank you for that ugly thing, because that just, you know what that, Ernest, you know what that reminds me of? You remember that high school cheer? Remember that? UGLY, you ain't got no alibi, you ugly.
Yeah. Yes, I remember that. That's terrible. That was terrible.
All right, Ernest. Happy New Year.
Okay, same to you.
Take care. Bye-bye. Remember that, folks? UGLY, you ain't got no alibi, you ugly. You. Oh, man, Ernest there. All right, Ernest, thank you. Traffic and weather together. Business coming up right here on WICC.
Ellen and Ricardo invite you to ring in the new year at Gusto Trattoria in Milford. You'll enjoy a warm, festive atmosphere, delicious cuisine from northern Italy, live music starting at 9:30, plus complimentary champagne, hats, horns, and fun. For a delicious new year with loved ones and friends, contact Gusto Trattoria and ring in the new year with great food, great wine, and great fun. Gusto Trattoria, 255 Boston Post Road, exit 36 off I-95. The art of Italian living, right in Milford.
Dude, I just got this car.
Yeah, sorry, man. Take it to my friend. He can do it for cheap.
Hi, this is Chris from Sono Collision. Don't just go to anybody for your repairs. Choose the best. Remember, you're the one that has to live with the repairs. It's your choice, so pick quality at Sono Collision. Go to sonocollision.com or call 203-939-9955. Your car will thank you.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/investor day.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. An Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
It was an unusually volatile session for the last week of the year as stocks sold off and precious metals got absolutely hammered after spiking to new all-time highs overnight. The Dow lost about 0.5% or 249 points, 48,461 as technology stocks led the market lower. The S&P coming off last week's record run down 24 points to 69.05, while the Nasdaq slipped 0.5% or about 118 points to 23,474. Little money going into U.S. Treasuries, dropping the yield on the 10-year note to 4.11% with the dollar flat. Gold tumbled $200 an ounce, 4.4% to $4,352, while silver fell 6 2/3%, $5.22 to $71.97 after spiking up to $83 overnight. Platinum and palladium fell 14 and 15% respectively as the Chicago Mercantile Exchange raised margin requirements to borrow money to speculate in precious metals. Oil finished up $1 on geopolitical tensions. We'll see what tomorrow brings for Wall Street.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/investor day.
Hey, nice savings balance. Well done.
Thanks.
What you saving for? New car?
Nah, it's to pay thousands in fines and court costs after I got pulled over for drinking and driving.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you better keep saving.
Yeah.
Drinking and driving can wipe you out in more ways than one. It can hurt or even kill innocent people, drain your bank account, tear your future apart, even take your life. You're smarter than that. This holiday season, drive sober or get pulled over. Brought to you by NHTSA.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound an hour from Stamford through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound, heaviest congestion. Door block going into no man's land in Fairfield. New Haven, 95 southbound on the brakes through Long Wharf going into West Haven. 84 eastbound side, an accident reported near exit 3. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy, windy, and cold this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-20s. Partly sunny, windy, colder tomorrow with a high near 30. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Connecticut has a lot of problems. Here's the man who will solve them. Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, great to have you with us here. Another hour and change left. Can I? And again, this is one of these other things about my stuff I gotta talk to list that I jot down wherever I'm homesick a day or taking a vacation day or a week, whatever. And I jotted down one thing. Kimmel. Now remember this, Jimmy Kimmel, months ago, he started whining again. And listen, I was not for silencing Jimmy Kimmel, after, the horrible shooting there of Charlie Kirk and whatever. And, he made comments about, well, they were worried whether it was MAGA this and MAGA that. And again, as I said at the time, it's not that you can say something. It's should you say something? So Jimmy Kimmel, I don't know whether you saw this, and I'll get to my point because I'm not for silencing anybody. If you remember at the time, I said I did not like the fact that ABC was under some pressure, ostensibly from the FCC under the Trump administration, to pull the guy off the air and give him a little, talking to, whatever. Whether Disney did that, whether it was the feds, whatever. So I am fully into letting people say what they want to say when they want to say it, as long as, the 7 dirty words aren't used on TV or radio or whatever. Having said that, did you see this the other day? Jimmy Kimmel went on British TV. I guess there's a tradition in Britain that allows an alternative point of view, much the way we have the rebuttal here in this country to a State of the Union address. If it's a Democrat giving the address, then there's a Republican for the rebuttal and vice versa. And oftentimes a young, up-and-coming, rising star in either the Republican or the Democratic Party are picked to do the rebuttal, we're after. Jimmy Kimmel apparently delivered Channel 4, this is not Channel 4 here, Channel 4 in Britain's annual alternative Christmas message. And as it says here, it's a speech that airs opposite the BBC's traditional royal Christmas address. Okay, right? And I said, well, this is interesting. Now, I didn't watch it, but I saw the headline and I scrolled down. Now, if you're going to deliver an address like this, okay, I think the first thing you should be is not be a stunad. Now, I will say again, I did not like Jimmy Kimmel being silenced, even if it was just for a few days. I don't like that. Okay, so he took aim at Donald Trump again. Whatever. Not surprised there. But he used a line. And here meaning the U.S. He said, quote, tyranny is booming over here. We are not bright, we're Americans. Now, he can say whatever he wants. But the sweet, what's the word I'm looking for? The sweet irony of this whole thing. And there's a lot of people, even on the progressive left, are pointing out, hey, Jimmy, you did this for a country that actually has speech crimes. And not just speech crimes like we have here. The First Amendment is an absolute. You can't yell fire in a crowded building. You can't make threats. There are, if you go online, and this has been a real growing problem in Europe, you can do stuff online, seemingly innocuous and put that on a social media post in the UK, you can get arrested for speech. Now, that kind of, to me, rings of tyranny. And again, I hope Jimmy Kimmel makes $1 gazillion more. In fact, what's the story say? He was just, we're such a tyranny in this country. Jimmy Kimmel has been extended. He got a 1-year contract extension from ABC. Okay. So it's just, it's just, he can say whatever he wants, but my God. So here's what I hope will happen in 2026. If the progressives really want to get whatever traction they can against Trump, and I think he's on the way to being a lame duck, that's just me, especially after the midterms. But tyranny, come on. Fascism, tyranny, dictatorship, where? I know You don't like some of the stuff he does. You don't like some of the legal challenges. But there's a method to that madness. They know. There was a guy on with Morning Joe on MSNBC a few months ago. He goes, "Oh, they know they're going to lose these cases, but they do it just to get the message out." Yeah. So Jimmy Kimmel gives an address, which he's free to do, on a channel in a country that threatens the arrests of people on social media for stuff here that we would look at and go, whatever. But good for Jimmy Kimmel. He got a little ratings boost there, and he got an extended contract. So maybe I should say that maybe Connoisseur will extend my deal. Tyranny. I'm sorry. Randy and Easton's here. Randy, how are you?
I'm okay. Actually, I have the ick, whatever everybody has.
Yeah. Oh, I'm trying to avoid like humans because I hear that's going around.
Every place is a petri dish.
Yes.
Yeah, it came anyway.
Yeah. Because people say, "Hey, you want to go out and get a drink?" And I go, "No."
No, actually, even I canceled New Year's plans.
And you can't. Wait a minute. Did you cancel any gigs?
No, I don't like New Year's gigs for one reason. I know that every car, and I mean every car
you're right.
home is either going to be a drunk or a cop.
And plus, it's tough to get your private jet to go transatlantic on New.
I have needs. All right, so I have a prediction.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're going to think it's wacky or not.
Okay.
I can't believe I'm saying this because the Supreme Court has been so favorable to Trump.
Okay.
But I think they're going to strike down his tariffs.
Maybe. I mean, I've had people on the show that say it's a possibility. I thought
it was a bold prediction. I don't know. I thought I was going out on a limb.
Well, you were looking at like 10-piece chicken McNuggets there. You were looking at with 3 things of sauce.
That's right, with both. I want barbecue and I want the buffalo sauce.
Yeah, I did read, Randy, where there's some people that say, yeah, that's possible, but there may be enough justices that say, if we do this...
it'll be chaos.
Yeah.
It'll be, I love your expression, this will be a 13-pile, crash on the merit. Politically, if this happens, it'll be a mess.
Yeah.
Pork rinds time, as you might say. But I think they're going to say, no, you've overextended your authority, Mr. President. You don't have the authority to do that.
Wow. What do you think his Truth Social posts will be?
Truth Social will melt. The CPU will just be a bunch of goo.
Did you see over the...
Hey, what was it? He did 150 posts in one night?
And he's like doing him at 3 a.m. The guy doesn't sleep.
Get some sleep. He doesn't drink, but get the hot tea and lemon. Get a good night.
Yeah, I had a laugh.
There was that video at Christmas time where everybody at Mar-a-Lago was looking like they're having fun, and he looks so sullen. I almost didn't quite, but I almost felt bad for the guy. He's sitting there alone, talking to no one, with like a sad expression on his face, and everybody else is lifting a glass.
Hey! Man. All right, listen, Randy, take care of yourself, man. Will you please?
Yeah, all
right, Randy. Happy New Year. Thank you, sir. There's Randy and Easton there, bass player extraordinaire. But again, he had to cancel the gig in London, in Frankfurt, in Munich, in Prague, Rome. But he's got a good agent. He'll get them all rebooked. Folks, hold on to your tickets to see Randy and Easton there. Don't know that he will play the gigs. Trust me. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound an hour from Stanford through Fairfield. Parkway northbound, heaviest congestion. Norwalk going into no man's land in Fairfield. New Haven, 95 south. You're on the brakes through Long Wharf going into West Haven. 84 eastbound side, an accident reported near exit 3. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy, colder and windy with a low in the mid-20s. Partly sunny, windy and cold tomorrow with a high near 30. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Ring in the new year at Riverview Bistro's annual New Year's Eve Bash. You'll be dancing into 2026 with the area's favorite DJ and vocalist, Billy Lopez. Festivities kick off at 7:30 and include open bar, a 5-course sit-down dinner, party props, and a champagne toast at midnight. It's always a night to remember. Reserve your table at Riverview Bistro and celebrate the new year with great food, music, dancing, and fun. Call 203-690-1616 or visit riverviewstratford.com.
A personal finance columnist came up with a list of regrets she hears from retirees. Guess what was on the top of the list? Wishing they'd had a plan for their retirement. And that's the kind of thing that David Gagnon talks about every week on his show, Mastering Your Wealth. Join him Saturday mornings at 8, right here on WICC 600. And be sure to check him out online at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Good job there by Randy bringing up that case. Yeah, in fact, there were oral arguments, I think, a couple of weeks ago. And and if you didn't hear about it, folks, there's a big suit there that's made its way to the Supreme Court, a case that the plaintiffs are saying that the Trump White House is overreaching on its authority to declare what's called a trade emergency, and if they put the kibosh on all those tariffs, watch out.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. President Trump has wrapped up talks at Mar-a-Lago with Israel's prime minister on phase 2 of the Gaza peace plan. A sticking point is Hamas disarming.
If they don't disarm, as they agreed to do, they agreed to it, and then they'll be held to pay for them. And we don't want that. We're not looking for that. But they have to disarm within a fairly short period of time.
CBS's Aaron Navarro.
This is a ceasefire agreement that has stalled in recent weeks, to put it lightly, since it was first agreed to in October. And President Trump's objective today is to convince Netanyahu to continue to move forward and accelerate moving to phase 2 of this ceasefire and get towards a post-war governance in Gaza.
Trump also warned Iran against attempts to rebuild its nuclear program, and he said he spoke earlier today with Russia's president, who complained the Ukrainians had targeted his residence.
It's a delicate period of time. This is not the right time. It's one thing to be offensive, because they were offensive. It's another thing to attack his house. It's not the right time to do any of that, and can't do it. And I learned about it from President Putin today. I was very angry about it.
Ukraine denies the allegations. There is dangerous weather in much of the country, especially in the northern tier, where a storm has dumped heavy snow. And as it moves northeast, high winds are moving in. CBS's Bradley Blackburn has more.
Zero visibility and ice caused accidents from Iowa to Michigan to Minnesota, where jackknifed tractor trailers lined snowy highways. The message to drivers, stay off the roads.
We actually had a semi who stopped in the lane, in the traveled lane, because they are having difficulty seeing, which then caused a chain reaction accident.
Scott McFarland reports there will be a court hearing tomorrow for a man accused of planting pipe bombs in Washington the night before the Capitol riot.
So much of what the Department of Justice is arguing is what they say Brian Cole admitted during a post-arrest interrogation. They say he waived his Miranda rights and started talking to federal agents almost immediately. They say at first he denied being the Capitol Hill pipe bomber, but then acknowledged doing so and said that something just snapped in him, that he had grave concerns about the 2020 election results, that he was on Capitol Hill at that precious moment of January 5th, 2021, as part of a protest. But there's little else in this detention memo from the Department of Justice that speaks to motive.
On Wall Street, stocks finish lower. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Take the next step forward in your career with great benefits and an award-winning workplace. Apply at careers.progressive.com.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Capted Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Mayor Joe Ganim and the city of Bridgeport have activated a cold weather protocol. City officials say residents must prepare for slippery conditions with wind chills to be near zero. This period starts in 1 hour to 12 p.m. Sunday. Anyone in need of shelter can call 211 or visit 211ct.org. A woman is injured following a weekend crash. It happened on Route 15 near Exit 36 in Stratford. State police say a 31-year-old was driving a Mercedes-Benz when she collided with a guardrail and rolled over. The woman was ejected from the car and was taken to a hospital with serious injuries. The crash is under investigation. One person is injured following an apartment fire in Naugatuck. The fire broke out yesterday at 19 Hillside Avenue. Emergency crews rescued one resident and took them to a hospital for evaluation. The cause of fire is under investigation. Also for firefighters, there was a fire at a shopping center in Orange. It was discovered Saturday on Boston Post Road around 9 a.m. Firefighters were called for a possible carbon monoxide, leading to the Black Swan Nail and Spa, where an active fire had mostly burnt itself out. All stores were closed at a time as the fire did not spread to any other businesses in the area. We remember the 39th President of the United States, Jimmy Carter, who passed away at the age of 100 1 year ago today. President Carter has multiple ties to the Nutmeg State, serving as a Navy officer in New London, fighting against the close of the Naval Submarine Base in Groton, and leaving an impact through Habitat for Humanity throughout the state. Exciting for New York Giants fans, the team beat the Las Vegas Raiders 34-10 at yesterday's game. Jackson Dart ran 2 touchdowns as Deontay Banks returned a kickoff.
Fake to Singletary. Here comes Wilson. Here goes Dart. His second touchdown today on the ground.
Unfortunately for the Jets, the Patriots came in 42-10. Bracey Hall reached one of the 1,000-yard plateaus on a 7-yard rush late in the third quarter. The Raiders have the number 1 spot in the NFL draft after losing to the Giants, who are now number 2. Jets follow at number 3. For the Voice of Connecticut, I'm Isabel Gatos, WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross, Route 15 southbound, a stalled vehicle reported exit 41 has things backing up to about Route 34. Lower Fairfield County, 95 northbound, a solid hour from Stamford going through Fairfield. The lower Merritt is your best bet. 84 eastbound side crawling along through Danbury to the Super 7. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy, windy, and cold this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-20s. Partly sunny, windy, colder tomorrow with a high near 30. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey, how are you? 3 hours down, 1 to go on this final Monday, of 2025. Paul here after a week and change off, and then I'm going back on vacation. Tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday, back on Friday. So you bookend the week with me, right? Monday and then Friday. How's about that, huh? Okay. So what we've been doing today is asking you what your predictions are for 2026. We're wrapping up 2025, 2025, and 2026 is going to be the 250th birthday of this great country of ours. Yes, we have problems. Yes, we're going through a tumultuous time. We'll be fine. Just nobody is forever. Mr. Trump could and would and may be a lame duck by the time the midterm terms roll around. Who knows? But again, I'm reading more and more stories on the weekend that the 2028 nominee is, for all intents and purposes, maybe with a token challenge, is going to be J.D. Vance. And for you folks who don't like Trump, be careful. J.D. Vance is a much younger, better looking, better spoken, more controlled version of Trump. So, I already have people say, J.D. Vance, he doesn't have a shot. He's not like Trump. You're right. He's not like Trump. In many ways, if you hate Trump, you're going to hate J.D. Vance even more. But, one other thing I will put as far as, my prediction into the 2026 hopper, I was just watching on CNN here on the break because I scan the all the news channels here during the show, CNN, Fox. What's it called now? MS Now. I keep wanting to say MSNBC, MS Now. I will tell you that these attacks on drug boats from Venezuela, these are not only going to continue, they're going to increase. And they will continue, and even more will be done with this in 2026. Why? Because people like it. The people who say they like it. And even the people who say, well, these are extrajudicial killings, and there are human rights involved here. There's a judicial process. 2/3 of those people are full of crap. They're full of SH. They're on the side of the aisle that has to say that, because if they don't, they're going to get poo-pooed by their buddies and pals and whatever. But secretly, those hits on drug running, and now apparently there was a report today that we may have hit a dock or a land facility that loads up the boats. Oh, seems to me we have people on the ground, maybe, called assets, telling us where this stuff is. Isn't that a pity? They blew up drug smugglers and drug runners. That's just awful, isn't it? Right. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Let's go back to the phones right now, and we'll go to Jack in Stamford. Jack, how are you? What's up?
How are you? Happy Christmas.
Happy Christmas, Happy New Year and all that. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Merry New Year. Merry New Year.
Whatever.
Keep an eye on the frozen concentrated orange juice coming up next week. You know? Yep.
Well.
What do we got? From my years of watching Miami Vice, I can definitely ascertain that these are drug boats.
Yeah, okay. Did you have your linen jackets on with Crockett and Tubbs?
That was it. Moving that yayo and everything. We're doing fine there.
Yeah.
So we missed your guy. You had Morrissey on last week, and not one Morrissey or Smith song as an outro or as his bumper music. It's amazing what was missed. And did I hear Naugatuck called in while I was listening early last week? I haven't heard from that guy in ages.
No,
he didn't sound the same. But
no, it can't be, because Chuck from Naugatuck / Waterbury, he passed away a couple of years ago.
See, and I figured that was it, but some guy came on and he said when he was on with Morrissey, that was who he was. And I was like, It doesn't sound like him. So I figured that was out when I was in Vegas that week. And I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
But, so then he coming up, he was helping us out with the lottery. If you won it, you don't tell your wife for a few months and stuff. How do you handle that? It's easy. You give her a clapper or, a Chia Pet.
A clapper. Clap on. Clap off.
Yeah. You win $500 million and you don't tell your wife for 6 months, and then to make it up, you give her a clapper.
Speaking of winning, how
how
we been doing with the wagering? Did we do anything this weekend?
Oh, boy. I got to tell you, it's been bad the last few weeks. I don't know, but
that's how it works.
This weekend went all right.
That's how it works.
It went okay. I can't understand what's happening with Kansas City. That guy just gave up.
Who?
Too young, but
the Chiefs,
the quarterback, Mahomes, and everything.
He blew out his knee. He's got 2 torn ligaments. Yeah. Well, that's not good.
But I still got Buffalo as a long shot, and maybe Detroit. But the Jets and the Giants never cease to fail. So we did okay with those this weekend.
All right. Yeah.
So you had a good Christmas?
I did. It was relaxing, and I just slept a lot, did a little work, and it was, let's just say it was profitable, Jack. That's all I will say. It's profitable.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Just in time for the year end and everything.
Yes.
Do your tax return.
Yes. All right, Jack, be good, buddy. Happy New Year. All right?
Yep.
All right, Jack in Stanford there. I'll tell you what, let's go to the break first. John in Wallingford, stand by. We'll be back with John, and also we'll chat with Megan Portfolio coming up on WICC.
As the year winds down, Fairfield County weather is starting to ramp up. The Voice of Connecticut has local weather reports every 10 minutes in the morning and afternoon with Chief Meteorologist Paul Piorek. You'll get the most accurate forecast and outage reports during every storm, and you'll find all the delays and cancellations anytime at voiceofct.com. Here to keep you informed and prepared no matter the weather. WICC 695.9, the Voice of Connecticut.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Elevate your driving experience this holiday season at Cadillac of Greenwich. Come see our best-selling and highly awarded luxury EV lineup of dual-motor all-wheel drive Lyriq, Optic, Vistic, and Escalade IQ at CadillacofGreenwich.com. Our season's best offer delivers exceptionalism and safety for your iconic arrivals. From all of us at Cadillac of Greenwich, we wish you and your family all the very best during the season of joy. This holiday, let's take the Cadillac.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
Save more on heating costs this winter with better value and better heating services from Hoffman Energy. Switch now and get $125 free heating oil. With local 24/7 service in any weather, a monthly budget plan, and service plan options, Hoffman Energy has everything you need to stay warm, save, and enjoy a worry-free winter. Use propane? We've got you covered too. Ask about our special offers. Get your $125 free heating oil now. Visit HoffmanEnergy.com or call 877-359-0623 today.
There's danger out there. It lurks on highways and quiet neighborhood streets. It's more likely to kill you than a shark, and more terrifying than the biggest snake. Distracted driving claims lives every day. Every notification, swipe, social post, video, or selfie while driving risks your life. So while you might think public speaking or the zombie apocalypse is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross, Route 15 southbound, a stalled vehicle reported exit 41 has things backing up to about Route 34. Lower Fairfield County, 95 northbound, a solid hour from Stanford going through Fairfield. The lower Merritt is your best Vet 84 eastbound side crawling along through Danbury to the Super 7. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy, colder and windy with a low in the mid-20s. Partly sunny, windy and cold tomorrow with a high near 30. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Grab your smartphone and get our app so you don't miss any of the conversation. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli continues on WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
Guess what? A big multi-million-dollar temporary fund might not be so temporary. Our friend Megan Portfolio is going to be by with that in just a bit. Before we talk to Megan, John in Wallingford. John, how are you, sir? Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas, Paul. How are you?
I'm good, my friend. What do you got?
Paul, speaking of the football, like the previous gentleman was, I came up with this opinion of it.
Yeah.
It's been tremendous. No Kansas City, no certain teams around, but I lay claim that the 12 teams that have already clinched, 12 of the 14 spots have been clinched.
Yeah.
Any one of those 12 teams, I would not be surprised if they won the Super Bowl. I don't think if they've ever had this kind of parity going into the final playoffs.
Yeah,
you'll agree.
And you know what, John? Yes, and the league loves it that way. That's what they want, John.
Absolutely, it's tremendous.
Yep.
That's what I want baseball to have the same thing with a salary cap, and I hope they get it. One more thing, with college football, the 8 teams playing off on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day.
Yeah.
Going to be tremendous college football, let me tell you.
Yeah, could be. John, thank you. Appreciate it, my friend. Happy New Year. Take care. Yeah. But salary cap in baseball never going to happen. Oh, look, they're showing more Jeffrey Epstein, Donald Trump pictures. Boy, for a guy who was a reprobate, a lot of people wanted their picture taken with Epstein. There's something about this case that I don't know, it's just weird. All right, let's go to Megan Portfolio. She's with us of the Hartford Portfolio. Check it out, yankeeinstitute.org. Megan helps us wind up our shows for 2025. Good afternoon, Ms. Portfolio. How are you?
Oh, happy holidays.
How's the dog?
Oh, he had a heck of a time on Christmas. He escaped. We had him barricade downstairs, and he got out. He's a little Houdini.
Yeah.
And he was running around all upstairs.
Yeah.
Women and children were screaming.
Yeah.
Stealing little girl's Stitch toy and running around with it. He was having a heck of a time.
Nice. So there's a so you have a troublemaker in the house, is what you're saying.
Oh, he's such a troublemaker.
Nice.
I love him.
Nice. There you go. All right, I'm shocked, Megan. Your latest piece. Wait a minute now. Hold it. A temporary fund might now look like an open-ended obligation. I'm just stunned. If you could see me, I have my stunned face on. Explain what's going on here.
When it comes to spending taxpayer dollars, nothing is temporary.
I'm shocked. What did you find out here?
Well, like you remember, we had this special session, the bamboozling session in November, where the federal government was shut down, which when it was shut down, there was a serious concern about people losing their SNAP benefits.
Sure.
That's for food, health, their health insurance subsidies. It was kind of a mess, and people were freaked out.
Yep.
So the legislature got called in, and we were going to open up this temporary off-budget fund. And so there's no public hearing because it's an emergency session.
Yep.
They call it ESERP. So they passed this bill, but all of a sudden the government opens up.
Yeah.
So we kind of don't really need this, $500 million slush fund anymore, but they're going to go with it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So far we spent about $168 million of the $500 million.
Mm-hmm.
And what really kind of stood out to me was Planned Parenthood just received $10.4 million out of this slush fund.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, no, wait a minute here. This was supposed to be, people starving, people not having, access to food or housing or healthcare. Why is Planned Parenthood in the mix? So I just, looking into it, And I found a bunch of the emails that I subscribe to a lot of emails. So I found one of their emails, and they're already saying, Paul, the money, I don't even think the check has been signed yet. And they're already saying, oh, this is basically temporary.
We need more.
We are going to need more going forward. And this is why I have a problem with these funds. I don't have a issue with helping, residents in our state that can't afford to eat. I have no problem with that. I don't want to see our citizens starving.
Mm-hmm.
I do have a problem with the way the legislature does these things. What they're supposed to do is the session starts in February, and you start looking at who needs what, who's the most needy, who's the most vulnerable. Let's take care of those people, the homeless, the hungry, and you do it through the regular budget
process.
system.
Yes, the open process. Yes.
Where you're accountable, and you hear from the taxpayers, people that show up and they voice their concerns or they advocate for what they need. And it's all documented and you're accountable. But when you create these off-budget accounts where there's no accountability, no one's weighing in on it, it's all being done behind closed doors, you're now creating this whole – you're literally adding another $500 million to our ongoing budgets because, as Planned Parenthood said, this isn't all we need. We're going to need more and more and more. And if the states, we're giving them the money now, all of a sudden we're going to come into a regular session and people are going to come into the legislator, oh, we need this, we need that. And they're going to be like, look, these are our expenses. This is what we've been spending all along. You need to continue this for us. And now it becomes an instance of we're not debating a policy. We're just debating, the emergency, because they've created an emergency because if we, stop funding them, all of a sudden now it's an emergency. And if we don't fund it, all hell's going to break loose. So they've essentially, this temporary fund is basically going to be an ongoing expense that we're going to have to deal with later. And it's going to be a really hard decision for lawmakers to make when they are doing the budget. And there's going to be a line item in there for Planned Parenthood and for all these other things. And what are they going to say? Hey, we've been supplying them all this cash all along. We can't stop now.
So
that wouldn't be politically correct.
So you just took the words out of my mouth. So we're in a biennium. So in 2 years, when we go do the budget again, is there then, Megan, going to be a line item for this pot of money? What's this technically called? What's it?
It's technically called a temporary fund, but in reality, it's a permanent fund.
Yeah. Okay.
And again, I understand. There's a certain party that's in charge in the state, and they do benefit from Planned Parenthood.
Yeah.
So I get it's reality. This is the state that we live in. I don't necessarily think that we should be taking slush money and passing it on to Planned Parenthood. But I'm not in the majority party, so I can scream out as loud as I want, but they can do whatever they want. But do it the appropriate way. Be on record. Make these decisions out in the open, not behind closed doors, because now you're binding the hands of future legislators, because there's going to be new people coming in 2 years, and they're going to be sitting there, and they're going to be looking at the budget, and they're going to be like, oh, shoot,
we have to fund this. Yeah.
Yeah, but literally Planned Parenthood said in their emails, this isn't it. We need more.
Well, and finally, where did this $500 million come from? Did this come from the rainy day fund or the budget surplus?
Yeah, yes. It was not the budget. Yeah, the budget surplus.
Okay. All right. Yeah. All right, folks, check it out. YankeeInstitute.org. A $500 million temporary emergency fund is starting to look like an open-ended obligation. If this was TV, you'd see my shocked face. There you go.
I know you would. Oh, there'd be no shock.
Yes. Megan Portfolio. Megan, thank you. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. And we will talk to you next week. All right?
I can't wait.
All right. Thanks. Megan Portfolio there. Hartford, the Hartford Portfolio. Yeah, during the government shutdown, the majority party in Hartford established a $500 million. Now, we have the money. It's not that we don't have the money here. A $500 million temporary fund. And now, as Megan said, because she read the bill, it looks like this temporary fund, shockingly, is permanent and open-ended. In fact, she sent the hyperlink to the bill here. Oh, no, this is not the bill itself. But I just wonder how many. Oh, here it is. Special Act. Let's see how many pages the bill is. Oh, my God. It's only 3 pages. How about that? Yeah, but sometimes the short ones are the worst. All right, traffic and weather together news coming back with about a half an hour more on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross, Route 15 southbound, a stalled vehicle reported exit 41 has things backing up to about Route 34. Lower Fairfield County, 95 northbound, a solid hour from Stamford going through Fairfield. The Lower Merritt is your best bet. 84 eastbound side crawling along through Danbury to the Super 7. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older with purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy, windy, and cold this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-20s. Partly sunny, windy, colder tomorrow with a high near 30. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
I am very excited. I already have a date on the calendar for K&J Tree Service to come back out to our house in November, because before the seasons change for the winter time, you want to make sure that your trees are in good shape and that your property is safe. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I've been working with K&J Tree Service for the last year. And not only do they do a free tree risk assessment for anybody without any obligation, right now they're offering a flash sale. Make sure you call them at 203-248-TREE or go to kjtreeservice.com to book an appointment. That's kjtreeservice.com.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Car Beauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Hey, y'all, it's your boy Gary LaVox of Rascal Flats, and it's true, we are hitting the road one more time next year, and I love traveling through Connecticut. I'm looking so forward to our show coming up in Uncasville. There are so many amazing folks there, like my friend Jonathan Carbeauty of Carbeauty and Company Realtors. If you're thinking about selling your home, you need to talk to John and his team. And hey, you can find out what your home is worth in less than 30 seconds. Just go to Carbeauty and Company Realtors website and click What's My Home Worth? It's free, it's easy, and we'll get you moving on. When you need an agent you can trust, and we'll give you the most selling options, that's Jonathan Carbeauty and Carbeauty and Company Realtors. And remember,
Sell your home smoothly when you call Car Beauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code MONEY to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code MONEY to get up to $1,000. Use code MONEY to get up to $1,000.
This is WICC 600 and 95.9, 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 600 and
CBS News Brief. A powerful storm sweeping across the nation's northern tier is causing all kinds of problems with heavy snow, strong winds, and very poor conditions for travelers. CBS's Bradley Blackburn.
Zero visibility and ice caused accidents from Iowa to Michigan to Minnesota, where jackknifed tractor trailers lined snowy highways.
President Trump has been meeting at Mar-a-Lago with Israel's prime minister. In a briefing afterwards,
well, we talked about Hamas and we talked about disarmament. And they're going to be given a very short period of time to disarm, and we'll see how that works out.
He said if they refuse, it will be horrible for them. Trump also warned Iran against any moves to rebuild its nuclear program. Earlier today, Trump spoke with Russia's president. The White House said the call was positive. On Wall Street today, stocks finished lower, the Dow off nearly 250 points. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Mayor Joe Ganim and the city of Bridgeport have activated a cold weather protocol. City officials say residents must prepare for slippery travels with wind chills to be near zero. This period starts in 30 minutes at 6 to 12 p.m. Sunday. Anyone in need of shelter can call 211 or visit 211ct.org. Attorney General William Tong and Hartford Healthcare have come to an agreement on protecting rising healthcare costs for physicians. This deal resolves an antitrust of the state's material change notice in transactions. Also for the Attorney General, him and Governor Ned Lamont have pushed back construction for the Trump administration's Revolution Wind project. Officials say the move intimidates clean energy, jobs, and affordable electricity while resisting court orders. Today, we remember the 39th President of the United States, Jimmy Carter, who passed away at the age of 100 1 year ago. President Carter has multiple ties to the Nutmeg State, serving as a Navy officer in New London, fighting against the close of the Naval Submarine Base in Groton, and leaving an impact through Habitat for Humanity throughout the state. It was found from Christmas Eve's big Powerball drawing that another ticket worth $50,000 was sold in Connecticut. 2 Powerball tickets worth $100,000 each were sold in the state for Wednesday's $1 billion drawing. In sports, it's exciting for New York Giants fans. The team beat the Las Vegas Raiders 34-10 at yesterday's game. Jackson Dart ran 2 touchdowns.
36. He's getting close to 1,000 with a huge first half here in Nevada. Got the first down inside the 10. Markham at the 9. Here comes Wilson. Here goes Dart. His second touchdown today on the ground.
Unfortunately for the Jets, the Patriots came in 42-10. The Raiders have the number 1 spot in the NFL draft after losing to the Giants, who are now number 2. Jets follow at number 3 in the draft. And happy heavenly birthday to the late actress Mary Tyler Moore. She is best known for her roles in The Dick Van Dyke Show and her own Mary Tyler Moore Show, defining a new image for women facing modern challenges. Moore passed away in Greenwich Hospital and is buried at Oaklawn Cemetery in Fairfield. For the Voice of Connecticut, I'm Isabel Gatos, WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross, Route 15 southbound, a stalled vehicle reported exit 41 has things backing up to about Route 34. Lower Fairfield County 95 northbound, a solid hour from Stamford going through Fairfield. The Lower Merritt is your best bet. 84 eastbound side crawling along through Danbury to the Super 7. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy, colder and windy with a low in the mid-20s. Partly sunny, windy and cold tomorrow with a high near 30. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Norwalk is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Got about 23 minutes and change remaining on this here program for the year 2025. I'm off tomorrow, Wednesday, and of course Thursday, back on Friday for 2026. How about this, though? Only in Bridgeport.com, our buddy, our pal, Lenny Grimaldi, shout out to him. Did you see this? And Lenny highlights this, and this is quite an accomplishment by any measure. No matter what you think of Bridgeport politics and some of the sleaze and the backstabbing and everything, the story of the year in 2025, ? The Bridgeport murder rate historically low. There were only, and listen, 1 killing is too much. I used to work for a boss in radio who would say, don't get into numbers too much. And he didn't like to scoreboard people's deaths. But sometimes the number is the story here. Bridgeport has recorded just 3 murders in 2025. How about that? 3. And you don't have to go back all that far back, maybe 30, 35 years ago. There were 50 to 70 killings a year in Bridgeport. Bridgeport has recorded 3 murders so far with a few days left in 2025. That's an extraordinary low, Lenny writes here, going back at least 50 years. So kudos here to Chief Roderick Porter, the fine men and women that work under him at the Bridgeport Police Department. A lot of times the chief is on with Melissa in the morning. How about that? That's to be applauded. And I know there's still, there's a couple of breaking stories about what's going on internally at the police department. You may have read it, but how about that, huh? 3. It wasn't all that long. You don't have to go back all that time where, the stories about, guns and killing and everybody used to laugh about Bridgeport, but good on that. And maybe it's a generational thing changing. Maybe it's the use of high tech like a shot spotter and all that. So kudos there. How about this? This is one of these stories I had to flag and talk to you about. Now, here in Connecticut, we have what's called the Trust Act, and that puts up several layers over and over again that a lot of it, well, it's liberals, progressives, uber leftists, Democrats here in the state, they worship at the altar of an illegal alien here. So much to the point where there's literally nothing that organized law enforcement can do here in the state to aid Homeland Security in getting rid of a bunch of dirtbags out there. I hate to use the term, but some of the people here illegally, not all of them, some of them are fine people just looking for a better life. Some of them are dirtbags. In the dirtbag category, let's leave Connecticut and go to the Virginia, Fairfax County. Did you see this story? And again, this is the kind of story, and you know how I like to read these to you just to show you how psychotic factions of the modern Democratic Party are. The Department of Homeland Security is condemning Fairfax County, Virginia's sanctuary policies. Now get this. I'll read this nice and slowly to you because this is the kind of a thing where you don't have to be a Republican or a conservative to sit there and say, this is nuts. It's one thing to protect migrants. It's another thing, while you're protecting migrants, to protect dirtbag migrants. Okay? Marvin Fernando Morales Ortiz, a criminal alien from El Salvador, brutally murdered a resident in his home in Reston, Virginia, one day after sanctuary politicians refused to honor an ICE arrest detainer and released him from jail. Now, you know what a detainer is. That's what ICE calls local law enforcement. They say, hey, we know this guy's going to be released from jail or released from prison. Just hold him until we get there. But because you have these uber leftists in the Democratic Party, many of them here in Connecticut with the Trust Act, many of them in places like Virginia, they, for some reason, genuflect at the altar and say, oh, dear illegal migrant, we won't help the white man hold you. And the problem is, when this happened in Connecticut about a year and a half ago, that story in East Windsor or wherever we had one of those jails up there, and a guy was getting released after doing a brief sentence on a child sex charge here in Connecticut. And I said, hey, we want to deport this guy. Hold him for us. No, they released the state of Connecticut released a convicted child sex offender into the community, and ICE had to go get him. But how about this? In Fairfax County, Marvin Fernandez Morales Ortiz, a criminal illegal alien from El Salvador, killed somebody in his home in Reston, VA, after he was released from jail after ICE enforcement agents asked for a detainer to be honored. And yet down in Fairfax, they say, no, we know the guy's a dirtbag, but we're not going to hold him for you bad people who hate brown people. Following his arrest for assault and brandishing a firearm, ICE so ICE knew this guy was arrested. They knew he was an illegal. So ICE, part of the federal government, immediately lodged an arrest detainer on the 14th of September, 2025. Fairfax County, Virginia, sanctuary policies refused to honor that detainer. So in other words, and Fairfax County's got a lot of government employees, very blue, saying, no, we don't want to cooperate with ICE because they're mean and they hate brown people. Instead, they released the guy. ICE told Fairfax County, this is a bad guy. Hold him for us. We need to get rid of him and deport him. But no, he was released and sent back into Virginia neighborhoods. He had prior arrests for aggravated assault of a police officer, larceny, and disorderly conduct. He illegally entered the U.S. on 18 September 2016 with his mother near Hidalgo, Texas. He was released into the country by the Obama administration. In 2022, the Biden White House dismissed his immigration proceedings and marked him as a non-enforcement priority. On the 17th of December, so that was 12 days ago, police responded to a residence in Reston, VA, after Morales-Ortiz allegedly shot and killed a man inside. According to local reports, he fled the scene and caused a hours-long manhunt that put nearby schools into a lockdown. He was eventually apprehended, charged with second-degree murder and a firearms charge. But again, previously this past September, ICE asked officials in Virginia, please hold on to this guy. We want to deport him. But they didn't because the Democratic Party has lost its mind. The true liberal doesn't exist anymore. The true liberal has morphed into a criminal-loving leftist. And because they wouldn't hand the guy over to ICE, you have somebody now who is dead. And there you go. And again, don't think this isn't going to be an issue in 2026 and or 2028. So there you go. And this has happened a couple of times in Connecticut. Hey, it's ICE here. I'm Officer so-so ICE. Here's my badge number, docket number here. Can you hold this illegal because we know you're going to release him and we'll take him? But no, we can't. We can't. Why not? Well, because you ICE people are bad. All right, we'll do a break, come back, traffic and weather together right here on WICC. You can't make this up.
It's why Access Health CT is here, to connect you to health and dental coverage, to offer you free expert help, to maximize financial assistance, to help you discover the peace of mind of having health and dental coverage. Enroll today at accesshealthct.com.
Are the taxes on your financial savings cutting into your retirement? Do you truly understand the taxes on your IRAs and 401ks? Would you like a future where your taxes are minimized and investments are sound? If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least a $250,000 portfolio, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help. Call for a complimentary consultation. They'll show you real tax savings on your savings. 203-795-7080. 203-795-7080. Bridgelight Financial Advisors, your retirement tax strategy specialists.
Get ready to tackle your hunger with Duchess Restaurants, where fresh food meets football. Catch the NFL games of the week every Sunday on the Voice of Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast, because even your appetite deserves a touchdown.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/investor day.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The lower Merritt is your best bet. Slow ride starts really in earnest in Norwalk out of New Haven. 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. And 84 eastbound, busy through Danbury into the Super 7. I'm Edge Krause with WICC traffic.
Partly cloudy, windy, and cold this evening and overnight with a low in the mid-20s. Partly sunny, windy, colder tomorrow with a high near 30. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Always live, always local, and always with something on his mind. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Little more time left for some predictions. Another prediction I have for 2026. There will be, and I hate to just paint with a broad brush, but I will, because I can, because it's my show. We will continue to see this borderline, maybe I shouldn't use maniacal, but explain the fixation that a lot of people, mainly on the progressive left, have with billionaires. I just saw a story on social media. I know that's a problem. I guess now when you talk about all her holdings, and it doesn't mean you have $1 billion in cash, you dummies out there. You idiots. Oh, the guy's a billionaire. He should give it away. Well, no, he's got a business and he's hundreds of thousands of people work for him, whatever. But now I see people on social media, I know, mistake, who are calling on Beyonce to start giving away her money because she hit $1 billion. She's a billionaire. Now, that's her net worth is $1 billion. Yeah, that's a squat load of money. Good for her. And, and this isn't an original thing for me because I saw Bill Maher say this a few weeks ago, and he's right. Like, the left goes nuts when you hear billionaires. And, Bernie, the billionaires. Oh, nobody should have $1 billion. Pardon me, that hurt. That Bernie hurt. Okay, Bernie and AOC, Zoran Mamdani, he's another one. There shouldn't be billionaires. Okay, so $1 billion is bad. Is $900 million okay? Right? Pardon me while I take a swig here. Just needed something down the throat here. Seriously, they all go nuts. I mean, Mick Jagger's worth about $500 or $600 million, so he's okay. But if for some reason, while he's still alive, Mick Jagger's net worth goes to $1 billion, so he's a bad guy? Eric Clapton's about at $400 million, so $400 million's okay. $500 million, that's fine. McCartney's a billionaire. Is he a bad guy? Is he up there with Elon Musk? I mean, just... I don't quite understand the notion of, and I know I sound like a cracked record on this. Cracked, I say, because a broken record won't play. A cracked one will. I don't quite understand the phenomenon of a lot of people when they see the word billion. They suddenly start to twitch. Their lips start to tremble. They get the puffy eyes and like that. I don't get it. So now they're asking beyond. Well, she should give away her money. Why? Who the hell are you? We got some weird people in this country. We really do. I don't know. If people say, well, isn't that too much money? No, it's none of my business. Boy, that's the one thing my old sainted Italian mother used to drill into me. I remember asking her as a kid. It's one of those moments you have when you're a kid that mom and dad tell you something that sticks with you. And I remember her saying distinctly, like it was yesterday. I think I was 7 or 8 years old. Mom, how much does so-and-so make? Or how much money? And I remember her saying, that's not polite to talk about, right? How many of us heard this growing up, right? You don't discuss what somebody makes. You worry about what you make. That should be your primary concern. And she was right. I must have heard that, I don't know, 55 years ago, whatever. And she was 100% right. She was darn right on there. But this notion, Elon Musk, he shouldn't have that much money. Why? Says who? And as I said earlier in the show, another one. I mean, God bless him, he's still around. But another guy, Bernie Sanders, shut up. Does this guy has and again, I know a lot of politicians haven't, but everybody talks about the billionaires and the oligarchs. Hey, everybody running their yap, whether you love Trump or not, whether you can't stand him or think he's up there with God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Ghost. Amen. Isn't it funny that so many people yammer about a guy who actually employs people? The Trump organization, whether you like him or not, between the golf courses he still runs and the buildings he still runs, still employs about 20,000 people. How many people does Bernie Sanders employ? As he's out there yammering and stammering about the billionaires and our democracy. No, Bernie, it's a democratic republic, but thank you very much. AOC, what has she ever done? And again, she gets elected. That's not the point I'm making here. But you see these people locally and on TV that, we're maligned as the left. Well, yeah. When you tell people that they have too much money, and a lot of those people, whether you like them or not, whether it's Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos or Larry Ellison or Carlos Slim or something like that, yeah, they're multi-billionaires, but they also, provide jobs, paychecks, benefits to thousands of people, right? I mean, Elon Musk, between all of his companies, I think he employs about 300,000 people or something like that, 250, 300,000 people. Amazon employs about 1 million people. And Bernie Sanders employs how many? What's the workforce of Chris Murphy Enterprises? Another one that comes out, the rich. Yeah, you see Murphy yammering and stammering now about what Mr. Trump said regarding there shouldn't be state-by-state AI laws. He's right. Trump is 100% right. You can't have 50 different AI laws. You have one national standard, and Congress should negotiate that. But man, oh man, these people, one thing that's going to continue into 2026, the yammering by people about businesses who've never employed anybody a day in their life, who've never had to sit there on a Friday night going, how am I going to make payroll next week? Oh, my God, look at what my insurance costs are going to be next year. And these taxes. Meantime, Bernie has, 3 houses? He's written a few, but he's doing all right. And I have nothing against Bernie doing okay. But please, you know what, Bernie? You, AOC, Chris Murphy, everybody, put a sock in it, please. All right, let's wrap it up on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The lower Merritt is your best bet. Slow ride starts really in earnest in Norwalk out of New Haven. 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. And 84 eastbound, busy through Danbury into the Super 7. I'm Edge Krause at WICC Track.
For this evening and tonight, partly cloudy, colder and windy with a low in the mid-20s. Partly sunny, windy, and cold tomorrow with a high near 30. On Wednesday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com, your legacy, our commitment.
We all have the ability to make a difference, to come together, to change a life, to make a wish come true. By supporting Make-A-Wish Connecticut, you are bringing hope and joy to children fighting critical illnesses. Children like me. Visit ct.wish.org to learn how you can become a wishmaker and be part of a journey that changes lives. Just imagine what you can do. Visit ct.wish.org today to learn more. That's ct.wish.org.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, just about done. No time for a call here or a text. When we reconvene on Friday, you and I will be back together. So taking a few days off tomorrow, Wednesday, of course, Thursday, January 1st, 1/1/2026. Back at you at 2. Folks, it's been a wonderful year. Thank you. Appreciate that. Boy, I tell you, a lot of times I got to remind myself how lucky I am to have a forum like this. There aren't a whole lot of guys and gals in the country who get to say that a commercial broadcaster or a public or non-commercial broadcaster trusts them with basically an open mic. God bless the people in this business. I've never, ever, in doing talks since the early 90s, have ever been told what I can say, what I can't say. My first talk boss says, but you do have some rules. Hit the news on time, play the commercials, and don't swear. He said, other than that, I don't give a beep what you say. Thanks to a lot of folks here who made the show possible this year. Chris Williams, Isabella Gatos, Andrew Krause, Paul Piorek, Tom Michaels, Paul Goodman, and I'm sure folks who I forget here. All right, folks, have a very happy New Year, and we'll be back on Friday.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. President Trump met with Israel's prime minister at Mar-a-Lago today and issued a warning to Iran afterwards about rebuilding its nuclear program.
They're not using the sites that we obliterated, but they're using possibly different sites. We know exactly where they're going, what they're doing, and I hope they're not doing it because we don't want to waste the fuel on a B-2. It's a 37-hour trip both ways. I don't want to waste a lot of fuel.
Trump also discussed Gaza with Netanyahu and phase 2 of that deal. Ed O'Keefe has more.
Both leaders reiterating that Hamas has to move on disarming for the peace plan to continue. Remember, we've only been through phase 1. It's a 20-point plan. We got 19 steps to go, and the big hurdle facing them right now is the idea that Hamas starts turning in weapons, which has not